Madam Chair and members of the commission, we're now live. Good evening. This is the November 13th, 2024 of the Historic Preservation Meeting. As is our custom, I would like our commissioner, and I beg your pardon, I'm Karen Burdett, and I am the vice chair and will be conducting this evening's meeting. As is our custom, I would like our commission and staff to introduce themselves, beginning on my left.
Jeffrey Haynes.
Julie Pelletier.
Commissioner Doman.
Michael Galway.
Rebecca Ballo, Historic Preservation Staff.
Laura DiPasquale, Historic Preservation Staff.
And Dan Bruckert, Historic Preservation Staff.
Thank you. This evening, we're going to start with a very happy moment. We are going to be addressing the appointment of Mark Faulkner to the Capitol View Park LAP. Mr. Faulkner, will you please come forward and have a seat? If you'll hit the button and make sure the green light is on. Yes, thank you.
Hi, thank you for having me.
And introduce yourself.
Mark Faulkner, 9830 Capitol View Ave.
And you are here to become a member of the Capitol View LAP.
That's correct.
Okay, local advisory panel. Ms. Ballo, do we just make a motion for this? I should have asked earlier.
Typically, yes. Typically, the HPC asks just to hear a few words from the applicant about their desire to serve on the LAP, maybe how long they've lived in the neighborhood, their background, experience, things like that, and then you just make a motion to appoint.
Sounds good. Mr. Faulkner, would you like to say a few words, and as Ms. Ballo recommended?
Sure. So I've lived in Capitol View neighborhood for almost 4 years. I had a brief intro to it back in 2006, moved away and came back. So I've seen it, over a decade before and then recently with my whole family. I'm an architect, been an architect for a while and, love what I do. And I love preservation and I love unique places. And the president of our community asked me to serve, and I was more than happy to help out in any way and lend my opinion and join the other members. And, it's been a real kind of blessing recently to talk to some of the older folks in the community and get a sense of, the neighborhood over the last 40 years.
Thank you. I would like to say for the audience is the Capitol View Historic District is our most recent historic district. It's over off of MacArthur Boulevard, and it is a neighborhood of mid-century modern houses that were built as a community. And the reason, aside from the architectural merit, tell me. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I have that completely wrong. Capitol View isn't our newest historic district. I apologize for that. It's
actually one of our oldest.
I was about to catch that.
Thank you. Oh, how
We're
embarrassing.
just checking to make sure everybody's paying attention.
Yeah, no kidding. Obviously, I was off on another. Capitol View is not mid-century houses. It's a very nice, small, historic district off of Silver Spring. And with that, I'm going to shut up. And would somebody like to make a motion?
I would be happy to make a motion. I move that the Historic Preservation Commission approve the appointment of Mark Faulkner to the Capitol View Park LAP.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Galway, I'll second it.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion is passed. Thank you, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you. Good night.
I hope tonight goes better than that. All right, moving on to the historic area work permits. We will be working on expedited hops at this time. If there is anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to cases, please fill out a form and give it to the staff right now. Otherwise, have all of these hops been advertised?
Yes, Madam. Yes, Madam Vice Chair. They were advertised in the October 30th edition of the Washington Times.
Thank you. All right. Starting with hop number 2B at 44 Columbia Avenue, Tacoma Park in the Tacoma Park Historic District. Hop 2C at 3807 Williams Lane, Chevy Chase. The master plan site 3577, the Frank Simpson House. Hop 2D at 8537 Georgia Avenue, Silver Spring, master plan site 36/07. Hop 2E at 7419 Carroll Avenue, Tacoma Park, the Tacoma Park Historic District. Hop 2F, 7835 River Road, Bethesda, master plan site 29/40. Hop 2G at 10700 Columbia Pike, Silver Spring, master plan site 3322, the Robert B. Morse Complex. Hop 2H at 10939 Montrose Avenue, the Garrett Park Historic District. Hop 2I at 6700 Needwood Road, Durwood, master plan site 2235 in Needwood. And hop 2J at 3806 William Lane, Chevy Chase, master plan site 3576, the Williams Workman House.
Madam Chair, hearing no objections, I move that we approve the following historic area work permits in accordance with staff reports based upon the record before us in consideration of the recommendations of the local advisory panel and including conditions recommended by staff. Hop number 1088772 at 44 Columbia Avenue, Tacoma Park. Hop number 1088533 at 3807 Williams Lane, Chevy Chase. Hop number 1088950 at 8537 Georgia Avenue, Silver Spring. Hop number 1090289 at 7419 Carroll Avenue, Tacoma Park. Hop number 1092363 at 7835 River Road, Bethesda. Hop number 1090544, retroactive at 10700 Columbia Pike, Silver Spring. Hop number 1088289 at 10939 Montrose Avenue. Hop number 1071486 at 6700 Needwood Road, Durwood. And hop number 1091213 at 3806 Williams Lane, Chevy Chase.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Doman, I'll second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All, no denials and no abstentions. Thank you. These hops have been approved, and we appreciate all applicants working with staff to make the hops so easy to approve. We will now be moving on to preliminary consultations. Now, we have quite a few of these tonight, so we are going to try very hard to work through these very quickly, so none of you have to stay very late. We will be starting with 38 Philadelphia Avenue, Tacoma Park, hop number 1082111. Is there anybody here to present for that?
There is, Madam Vice Chair. We were trying to get one member of the applicant team who's remote to join, but it doesn't look like we're successful with that. So we will. They're okay going first. You're okay going first? Okay, great. We do have a staff report, and we'll proceed with that item. And if he joins while Dan's presenting, I'll get him in the meeting.
Okay.
Good evening. This is the staff presentation for a second preliminary consultation at 38 Philadelphia Avenue in Tacoma Park. Again, this is a contributing resource to the district. It was constructed circa 1918. This is reviewed under the Tacoma Park Historic District Design Guidelines, Chapter 24A, and the Secretary of the Interior's Standards for Rehabilitation. Just a reminder, the HPC held a preliminary consultation on September 4th of this year. So the applicant proposes to construct a second story above a portion of the existing house, construct a 2-story plus a basement addition at the rear, replace the non-historic vinyl windows, and construct a new rear patio. This is the existing site plan on the right. Again, Philadelphia Avenue is sort of built into a hill. The subject property is this 1-story blue house that we see. And heading down the block from the rear. And then existing drawings here, and we can refer back to anything that you'd like. So from the first preliminary consultation, the applicant has pulled the second floor addition from the front wall plane of the house, which they've preserved the rear corners of the historic house. They've reduced the footprint by approximately, I think it's 27%. They've revised the roof form over the addition, and they've lowered the roof ridge height. So what you see is the existing house with the, in red, you see the proposed removal of the existing roof. And the proposed site plan here. They actually presented sort of 2 proposals. That's the difference being the massing of the roof form of the piece above the historic house. Proposal A has a hipped roof, and then proposal B is a front gable roof. You see a difference in height between the two. And then again, the arrangement of the spaces is identical between the two, so I just presented a single scheme for the elevation drawings and in the rear. Proposed roof plan. As with the previous design, staff finds that the proposal would not meet the standards. However, the design guidelines control when there is a conflict between the two sources. And staff finds the revisions are more successful than the addition at 7417 Baltimore Avenue because it retains the outline of all of the historic house. And staff finds the proposed materials are appropriate for the character of the house and surrounding district. And the current proposal reduces the proposed addition's footprint by more than 25%. So the proposal retains the outline and height of the existing contributing resource, and staff finds that proposal A is approximately 3 feet lower than the design presented at the previous preliminary consultation. However, proposal B's gable roof is nearly 2 feet taller than the previous proposal, but does retain most of the existing roof form. However, staff finds that proposal B is too tall and massive, and it overwhelms the historic resource and is inappropriate for the character. Staff finds that the revised addition form lowers the addition and shifts its mass away from the neighboring properties on Philadelphia Avenue. Just a reminder, we heard from a neighbor in the last submission that they were concerned that the mass was impacting the character of their rear yards. The existing vinyl windows do not contribute to the historic character of the house, and their removal and replacement with aluminum-clad windows should be supported. And the concrete repairs and replacements will not have a substantial impact on the character of the site or surrounding district. So for this preliminary consultation, staff seeks feedback from the HPC regarding the appropriateness of the revised second-story addition over the historic house, whether the revised design overwhelms the character of the resource and the surrounding district, the appropriateness of the rear addition design in massing and details, and materials, and then any specific design revisions to either the second-story addition or the rear addition. Additionally, when the applicant returns for a HOP, I should say, or a third preliminary consultation, staff requests the following additional information, which includes a City of Tacoma Park tree impact assessment, any door replacement specifications, and then more details regarding the hardscaping. And with that, I'll answer any questions that you have at this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? And if not, then the applicant can come forward and make their presentation. And Ms. Ballo, remind me how much time they have?
The applicant team has 7 minutes for their presentation, but of course, the chair can give them additional time if necessary.
Okay, thank you. So you can make whatever presentation you'd like, or just answer our questions if we have any. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Rick Vitullo. I'm the architect for this project.
And I'm Mercedes Peters, one of the owners.
Well, I think Dan summed up pretty much how this proposal changes from the first hop. But I also wanted to make the point, I mean, he did say that the footprint is indeed 27% smaller. The overall square footage of the entire project is 20% smaller, from 4,074 to 3,283. And also, we reduced the program from 4 bedrooms upstairs on the second floor to 3, which was hard to do, but in terms of what they wanted to do. But in order to get what we thought was a correct massing that addressed your concerns, we felt it was necessary to do that. And also, we simplified the massing significantly, and then managed to keep 65% of the existing roof form in this proposal. So we really hope that addresses the major concerns and also gets my client what they want in terms of a house that is bigger than a 1-bedroom house.
Do you have anything to add?
I think that pretty much summed it up.
Okay.
We really tried our best.
Yeah. Dan, could you bring up the one image with both elevations at the same time? The 2 options? Is
Would you like the elevations, or is,
the streetscape, the front view of the 2? There,
There we
you
go.
just, that's it. Okay, good, thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Doman, you had your hand up first.
Okay. One of the criteria I think we were looking for was features that would incorporate some of the craftsman style. I realize this house is very minimal, and some of the descriptions of it, and I did walk by it, and I did take a look at it, and to me, if it's borderline craftsman, but I think one of the things is you have exposed rafter tails, and is there any, would the new roof have some of these features also incorporated into it?
Yeah, that's a good question, because they're not shown in any of the drawings. Yes, we would do exposed rafter tails. Yes.
Is there any other features that would be considered to bring it into the craftsman style that you'd be adding to this house? The addition,
I think
anyway?
if we added other craftsman details, I don't think it'd be appropriate for this house, because it's so simple in form now and in detail. There really aren't any details beyond the flared bottom of the first floor as it hits the foundation. Which I don't think necessarily would be appropriate anyway to replicate on the addition. Yeah, I didn't see anything that stood out to me as being a positive addition in terms of a detail, craftsman detail.
If I look at this correct, I know it's in the report, I can't remember. Does this have asbestos shingles on it right now?
It does, and we think the original, well, we know the original exterior finish is stucco, a pebble dash stucco.
Is the intent then to leave the asbestos shingles on the existing residence and then go with stucco in the back, or are you going to try and take off the asbestos shingles?
Oh, there's no plan now to take off the asbestos shingles. We're just going to keep as much as we can, really for budgetary reasons. And the asbestos kind of lasts forever, so we weren't going to change it. And also, there was a section on one of the sides where the asbestos came off, so we could see the original stucco, and it's not in good shape. So it would take an extensive restoration to make it, viable.
Commissioner Pelletier?
Well, that was my one. Well, I have two questions. That was the first question about the asbestos. So there's no intent, it's in good shape? I mean, it looks like it's in decent shape from the photos, the asbestos.
Yeah, it's in good shape.
So it's not cracked and,
No, there's one section that maybe a tree fell against it or something. I mean, maybe a small tree. Well, there's a few cracked pieces, but those can be restored.
okay.
And when we take off the rear addition, we can use some of that to patch wherever else.
Oh, that's true. Okay. That was one question. My other question is about the roof form on the hip roof for the addition.
Uh-huh.
It's a little wacky, and I was wondering if you had looked at just straightening it out and having a larger overhang on the front part that goes into a less overhang on the back part so that you didn't end up with all of these sort of crazy ridge lines on the addition.
Yeah, I mean, the form of the roof really follows what we felt was the best plan layout.
It just seems a little overly fussy to me. I'm not saying change the plan, I'm just
Yeah.
saying give yourself wider overhangs on the front so that the whole thing is a little more
Yeah.
simple. I feel like it's just getting a little, but that's not a question, so that was my only question was,
Yeah,
if you had
answer.
looked at, I actually am sort of partial to the gable rather than the hip, but the hip is certainly more kind of scale-wise. But I was just curious if you might have looked at simplifying the roof a little bit.
Yeah, I looked at it a lot to try to simplify
No
it.
doubt.
And one reason I came up with the second scheme for the roof is with the gable is that I felt like this might be too much the same roof as the original, and it would sort of try to be matchy, with the original. But I did feel like it brought the massing down, which to me outweighed replicating the hip as a negative. So
Okay.
I really tried to diminish the massing as much as possible. I thought that was a real important thing to do.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Galway, if you have any questions, if not, no? Okay, so we're going to move on to giving our opinions, and I'll start. I appreciate very much that you really worked hard to address our comments. These are significant improvements, and I understand that you have given up quite a bit. I mean, a 27% reduction is significant, and I appreciate that. And I think it is much better. And my preference is elevation A with the hipped roof. I think it blends a little bit better with the existing. It doesn't overwhelm it. And since it is set so far back on that street line, I don't think people will actually see it unless they're standing in front of the building, in front of the house. So my preference would be A. And again, thank you for addressing our concerns. Would anybody like to go next? Commissioner Doman.
Yeah, I second the comments from Karen. I walked up and down the street. I did go out there and take a look at it, and the house is very diminutive. It's very small little house. It's probably the smallest one on the block, I think, right now. And I think that the massing that you have proposed, I think, brings you up comparable to the houses next door and down the street. You have you provided us with a street view of the different elevations and your proposed elevation. And by using this and walking around, taking a look at the adjacent houses, I think you're in the ballpark for size and for massing. I think you did a good job on that. So. What other comments do we have? Your materials, the addition will be stucco, as I understand, correct? No. No, it'll be shingles on the top part? What?
It'll be lap siding and shakes. But,
Shakes.
But they're all fiber cement.
But the lower part is stucco then? Or CMU?
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, the basement would be
Basement.
stucco, yeah.
Okay.
Parch CMU.
Okay. Anyway, I think you did a fine job, and I support this project. Thank you.
Commissioner Galway?
Commissioner Galway, I have a little bit different take on the two options. Could you put up the proposed street views where they have the two options, scheme A and B, please?
I think I'm going to need a minute to pull that up because I didn't include that in this presentation. So just give me a second and I can do that.
And while you're doing that, one of the things the staff asks is whether or not the addition overwhelms the existing home, and I'm struggling a bit because I think from a massing standpoint or from an overall height standpoint, I think either the proposed scheme A or the proposed scheme B fits well with the height of the other buildings, as one of the other commissioners mentioned. So I think from that standpoint, I think either one could work. You can lead this one up, the previous one. Although the massing of the addition in this 2310 option is certainly not as high, I guess it's approximately 3 feet lower than the gable end option. There's something just that looks a little funky about this in elevation, and I know that second addition sets back a little bit, but it kind of looks like something's wanted to squash that top floor a little bit. So I think from a historic standpoint, go to the next slide if you would. That feels better, looks better to me, although it does start to get a little bit large with respect to the original home. So I guess I'm a little bit uncertain. I think I can certainly, in general, I do appreciate all the work you've done. You're certainly on the right track. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm a little bit challenged on which I think, as the massing, as it gets bigger and starts to get relative to the addition, is that the negative, or is it the street view of this home with that upper gable end being a little bit taller and a little more, I think a little more traditional? Is that a better view? But in either event, I think I certainly could support the project as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Commissioner, you're next, Commissioner Haynes.
Oh, thank you. I concur with many of the comments from the previous commissioners. I tend to favor the massing of Scheme A. I think the consistency of the hip roof form is a logical extension of the original house. I find the gable form against the hip roof of the original structure too jarring, and the two different roof forms of Scheme B don't work as well as I think the Scheme A. So I do commend you for working on a very difficult and challenging house that scale-wise is very small, and to meet the requirements of contemporary living today with a family. I think you've done a good job to bring this under control and scale it appropriately for the streetscape as well as for the house. So I could certainly support Scheme A. With regard to materials, the only comment I had, there's three different materials: the original asbestos siding, the shingle, and the hardy siding. I suspect from the streetscape you really won't see all three materials as you might in an elevation. My only question there, and I'm sort of on the fence about it, quite honestly, is, should it be one or the other? Should it just be two materials versus three? It's not a large house. It's fairly planar. There's not a lot of offsets. The offsets are minimal, and therefore I might consider either going all shingles on the addition or all hardy siding, as I think three materials can can be a lot for that small house. But I agree that keeping it simple, I don't know if there's any additional craftsman details that I would add other than the exposed rafters. Otherwise, it could look forced onto the design, and that's all I've got.
Commissioner Pelletier, do you have comments?
Yeah, I'll try and keep it quick. I agree with Commissioner Galway about the massing. I like B better. I know you're not getting any consistency from us at all, but I do think there's something a little squatty about A, that it's in elevation, it's a drawing, it'll probably look completely different on the street. But I did have a question about, and I guess it's not time for questions, but I'm going to ask anyway. The chimney, does it meet code, like with the 2-foot, 10-foot? Because just in the elevation, it looks short. I know it's in the front, so I was just curious if it would need to go any higher than what you're showing it.
I don't think so. You mean for B?
For either one, like it needs to be like 2 feet and 10 feet from anything around
Well, I
it?
think the side view is deceiving because it's not,
Okay, and that's fine,
because the roof starts, the end of the bottom of the gable on either of them actually starts 2 feet below the top of the chimney. So if you look at the side, it looks like it's very close, but
right,
it's,
but yeah, okay.
look at the front view.
Okay,
There you go.
okay. So that was one concern that I had, and
Yeah. We're raising the chimney anyway, or to
Right,
become, yeah.
because, yeah, I think if it ends up having to go up even taller, it's going to look sort of,
Yeah, no, it doesn't
Crazy.
have to.
Okay.
That's believe me, I'm on top of that one.
and I agree with Commissioner Haynes about the materials. I don't think you don't need the siding and the shingles. I think it would be more cohesive with just the one material on the addition, whatever you decide to use. It just seems like a lot, and like you said, you probably won't even be able to see all the materials from the street, but I would like to see the gable roof just go straight back. I think that lower roof form that you have in the back of the house with B, I think it's odd, just based, I don't think you need to do that. It seems like the roofs are just a little bit tortured in both options. But I mean, either way, I would support this. I appreciate all the work you put in, and like, people don't always listen to us, so it's nice that we got some response to our comments. But I would just suggest maybe a little more simplification of the addition part, but I can support this either way. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Doman, I don't know if we heard if you had a preference with A or B? You're fine with either?
I'm fine, excuse me, I'm fine either way. I guess I would go for option A, but I think both designs are appropriate and look fine.
Thank you. Well, I think you've heard that we all support what you've done. And I think all of us, or at least a majority of us, agree with Commissioner Haynes's comments about the materials. And keep in mind that at some point in the future, you may want to replace that asphalt siding, but when you do, you're going to have to come before replace the asphalt. You're going to have to come before us, and we're going to be looking at it as either asphalt or stucco, what the original materials were. So asbestos, okay, asbestos. But other than that, we have 2 clear for option A, 2 clear for option B, and 1 that's in the middle that could go either way. So I think you have enough information to come back for a hop, and you can surprise us and with it, or talk to staff. But thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing your hop.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Moving on to case 3B, which at 15114 Barnesville Road, Boyds. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Madam Chair. One moment, please. And this is Laura with the staff. This is a preliminary consultation for new ADA access, porch alterations, fenestration alterations, and other work to 15114 Barnesville Road, Boyds. The subject property is a primary resource in the Boyds Historic District. It's constructed around 1900 and features a historic main block and circa 1950 CMU rear addition. This project is subject to Vision of Boyds, Chapter 24A, Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, and policy number 2401 is also applicable for the front porch alterations. Here's a few existing conditions photos with the main block and the CMU addition, the front porch, front facade, coming around the other side, and at the rear, northwest side, and some historic or older photos showing that the gable roof on the CMU addition was added between 1986 and 2003, and also showing the original windows and door, which were replaced fairly recently without a hop by previous owners. So as I mentioned, the applicant proposes numerous alterations to the property, including construction of an ADA ramp, alterations to the front porch, replacement of select doors and windows, construction of a side deck and egress stair, installation of new siding, and roof repairs. The applicants propose to install a switchback ADA ramp constructed of pressure-treated wood along the west side elevation leading to the front porch. The existing concrete porch floor would be built up with new wood supports, decking, and fascia to accommodate for a change in elevation between the existing porch floor and the interior floor height. A new pressure-treated wood railing with vertical balusters is proposed around the perimeter of the porch as well as along the ramp. Staff notes that early 20th century commercial buildings with porches did not typically feature porch railings and recommends that any new railing introduced be as minimal as possible. Staff also suggests that unpainted pressure-treated wood is generally not a compatible material for use on a primary resource and recommends the applicants use painted wood installed in a historically appropriate method for all the porch alterations, including decking, railing, posts, fascia, and steps. So the staff conceptually supports the construction of an ADA ramp or lift, and we did encourage the applicants to look into alternative solutions that were less visually intrusive. However, based on the grade change and layout of the site and building, the applicants determined that this current proposal is the most feasible and least invasive. The applicant proposes to replace the front door, the existing door, or two sets of doors on the west elevation of the rear addition, and one pair of below-grade doors on the east elevation. The existing non-historic craftsman style door was installed on the front facade between 2012 and 2018 without a hop, replacing an earlier door that appears to have been an original or a compatible door and is similar to that on the adjacent building. So staff recommends that replacement door replicate the original style and not try to replicate the non-historic condition. Staff finds that the remaining sets of doors to be replaced are on the non-historic rear addition and are minimally visible from the public right-of-way and do not constitute two character-defining features of the property, and as such, we recommend leniency in their review. Also on the front, the applicants propose to replace the front picture window, one side basement window, and to install new sets of paired windows and new openings on the west side elevation. So this front window would be replaced in kind. This is an early alteration, and staff has not been able to find historic photos that show what it looked like originally, so we find that this change is appropriate. On the west elevation, the applicants proposed to cut new window openings, replace a pair of doors, add a landing and egress stair. No information was provided on the materials of the proposed windows, but they do appear to replicate windows that are existing on the facade. This side elevation is obliquely visible from Barnesville Road at a distance, and staff supports these alterations and suggests that the existing windows are non-historic and do not necessarily need to be replicated, so 6/6, 2/2, or 1/1 windows would be appropriate for this elevation, depending on the applicant's preference. And finally, the applicants propose to install new fiber cement hardy siding over the existing CMU rear addition. New wood trim would be added around the existing window openings. Staff does not find that the CMU exterior has any historical significance and finds that the proposed hardy siding is compatible with the property. So overall, staff is supportive of the proposed changes, provided the details are compatible with the historic property and the new interventions are as simple and inconspicuous as possible. And that the porch alterations are treated in a historically appropriate method, and that the ramp, if as proposed, that it does maximize visibility, but understanding that the standards call for accessibility to historic properties. And we discussed the other alterations. So staff recommends that the porch alterations be made as inconspicuous as possible. Painted wood installed in historically appropriate manner be used. Unpainted pressure-treated wood be used on the rear addition only. That details of windows and doors on the historic portion of the building should match the historic appearance in design and materials. If replaced in the future, recently replaced windows on the historic building should be restored to their historic 2/2 wood appearance, and alterations to the non-historic rear addition should be reviewed with greater leniency. We've recommended some additional materials to be submitted with the HOP, and request feedback from the HPC on the appropriateness of the proposed porch alterations, ADA ramp, suggestions for alternative accessibility options, appropriateness of the proposed door, and fenestration alterations, deck and stair construction, and siding installation on the rear addition. And open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to do questions for the staff, but thank you, Mr. Dome, but I'd like to start this time with the ramp railing. The pickets are very busy. Did you discuss alternate options that were less busy? And I know we have looked at in other buildings that have come before us, we have had some really interesting railing uses that were almost invisible with newer materials. So are they restricted to using wood, or can they use newer materials that would actually would be code compliant?
I think that's something that staff would be open to. We likewise felt that the proposed pickets were busy and that made it more visually intrusive. In speaking with the architect for the project, he did indicate that the rise is too great, that they do have to have additional railings in between.
Okay, I understand. That's all I have for questions. Commissioner Doman, your questions?
Yeah, this Commissioner Doman. The staff is recommending wood for the front porch railings, and I believe for the steps in the front. But staff is silent more or less on what the ramp is going to be, and I assume that the ramp will be pressure-treated wood. I mean, that's how I've always seen them. That's how I've always made them, out of pressure-treated wood. It's the easiest thing to do. And I don't think you're recommending that this has to be made out of real wood other than pressure-treated wood. But then it also ties in with front porch because the ramp comes up, makes a turn, and it gives you access to the front door. So is there some point when it's acceptable to use pressure-treated wood, and then as soon as you make the bend, it has to be wood, I guess? I'm trying to figure out how you're going to handle this in your analysis in this.
Well, I think that was something we certainly wanted your all's feedback on because we sort of struggled with that point as well, understanding that pressure-treated wood would not be, unpainted would not necessarily be appropriate for the porch railing and does tend to make it a more conspicuous material, visually at least, as the ramp railing as well. So I think we were encouraging the ramp railing to be a painted material as well.
I don't think that came across. You want the ramp to be made out of untreated wood? Is that what you're saying?
No, not necessarily. It's my understanding that at some point, pressure-treated wood is able to be painted. Is that?
That's true. I'm just trying to figure out how you're going to differentiate when something can be pressure treated, when something can't be pressure treated. But how about the rear? There's also like a little deck on the back, and then there's a staircase coming down. Is there any recommendations for material for that deck and staircase?
Staff found that pressure-treated wood at the rear would be acceptable, owing to limited visibility, and that at the front of the building, especially for how much it's kind of taking up space along the side there.
If I understand right, this is a primary resource, and that west side is highly visible from the road. Is that not correct?
I'll go back to some photos. So here are some views from the street, or these aren't views from the street. Visibility of the northwest elevation is possible. It's not visible immediately from in front of the property. You do have to go kind of down the street a little bit to get visibility on the rear, given the length of the property and
Well, I drove by it and it is visible, but that's all I have for comments. Thanks.
Any other questions for the staff? Commissioner Pelletier?
I'm just following up with that conversation. Would pressure treated, I think it's 6 months, you can paint it. Would it be acceptable if they promise to paint it, to use pressure treated? Because I mean, decks, they don't last if you're building them out of wood, non-treated wood. I would think that certainly the structure would want to be pressure treated. But is there, like, could they just say, yes, we'll paint it in 6 months, and that would be acceptable?
Yes, it does sound like we have conditioned projects in the past.
Okay. That's it. Thanks.
If there are no more questions for staff, the applicant can come forward and make a presentation or answer more questions. Yes. Please turn on the mic, and so the light turns green, and introduce yourselves and your relationship to this project.
Hello, how you doing? My name is Jose Laguna. I'm the project manager of SRK, and SRK owns the building. We will be, doing the entire build out. So pretty much the big thing is about the ramp, right? Unfortunately, there's not much we can do. We need to comply with ADA, we're very open to any suggestions that you guys have. Definitely, we would love to paint it to make it look more appealing. If there's any color recommendations that you guys have, we are very open to it. It would be definitely pressure treated. After 6 months, it dries out. We can paint it. We would love to keep the same design that we have in the front, kind of keep it on the side, on the new deck that we're building, so that just everything looks the same. And just like I said, we're open to any suggestions. And there's another thing that I would like to request would be if we could be approved with conditions, and if you could pass us to building, so that we could keep moving forward with our inspections. There's timelines, and we need to get on it. So this is Joel. Do you have something else?
My name is Joel Alonzo. I am an employee at SRK, part of the roofing department of SRK Construction.
Thank you. So that's the extent of your questions. I'll get, I think, the first one out of the way, which relates to the hop. So depending on what we as a commission say tonight, they'll have to come back with a hop, right? Now, whether or not that can be staff approved, no, you will have to come back before us. So it's going to depend on what our comments are and how complex they are for that. And then also, the staff can tell you what the process is to do a hop and the timeline for that. We do appreciate the permit applications and the approvals and such, that you want to get this done as quickly as possible, but unfortunately, the county has its process. So with that, does anybody have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Haynes.
Yeah, two questions. The photographs appear that the grade appears higher in the photographs, particularly along the front of the porch, than it does in the drawings. The drawings, if we look at the front elevation there, or I suppose there, it seems like maybe it's a foot to 18 inches from left to right, but on the drawing, it seems almost like it's 2 feet to 30 inches. Are the grades accurately portrayed here in these drawings? Has there been a surveyor that actually took measurements?
That's correct. That's correct. Everything, we already had a surveyor. Everything, the architect did it by the grading that we're working with and by the requirements that we need the slope on the ramp. So.
Okay, thank you. And then it's a lot of ramp, so it's a fairly extensive length. It's a switchback. Have you considered other mechanisms to meet the ADA, like a lift-up ramp, or a lift-up platform, or possibly regrading the west side to minimize the ramp?
Regrading would be a lot. But as I say, we are open to suggestions. If you guys, a lift would be, it's optional. We're open.
But have you explored the cost of this ramp versus a lift to know?
Obviously, we always want to keep it, as cost efficient as possible. So it will definitely bring up a lot into it.
Yeah, I don't think you answered my question. That doesn't help me understand if one's more expensive than the other. I suspect maybe they would be almost identical cost or similar costs where, but a lift would be less impactful to the visual, the physical and visual impact on the building. So I would like you to look at that, because it's an awfully long ramp. To paint that ramp and maintain it's going to be expensive over time. That said, if you must do a ramp, and I would suggest looking at metal, there are different decking systems out there that utilize metal balusters. Some are round, some are square. I think metal, the vertical pickets, balusters would be in more keeping to this building than a standard pressure-treated baluster. So that would be one potential design change to, I think, improve the railing system. Other than that, I do find the other, I would support the other comments that the staff recommended. I'm in favor of citing the CMU block portion of the building. I'm fine with the window changes. Pretty much everything else beyond the historic resources I can support.
Thank you. Are there any, Commissioner Pelletier? Questions? Or do you have a question for the applicant, I think?
I do have a question. Do you know, what is this going to be?
So it's going to be our headquarters offices.
Oh, okay. So this is not a retail
No, it's
establishment?
no, it's just going to be our offices.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Doman, did you have a question, or was that it?
She took my question.
Okay.
So, but obviously, there's going to be offices for your company, and apparently, I guess you got to go ADA compliant for everything. Then you have no option around this, do you? Kind of thing. I think you got to do this.
That's correct.
Yeah, it's a big project, and it's 1 foot per 1 inch, 1 inch rise, 1 foot per inch rise on this thing. That's why you're going out 30 feet or something like that and to go up. I understand all that. How come the front porch looks really strange? Has it got tile on it, or what's on there?
So right now it has tile underneath it. It's a slab. The front porch, we have to lift it up so that it comes in flush with the entrance of the door. And so that same material we'll be using on the ramp.
So you're gonna raise the porch up then?
That's
So even though you got the tile on there, you're gonna take the tile off?
That's correct.
Chip it off and then build a wood deck there? What you gonna
Correct.
do?
That's correct.
Put a wood deck in?
Correct.
Do you have any specs for your wood deck, like tongue and groove wood decking, or what do you have in mind?
Open to suggestions.
Open to
So,
suggestions.
Yeah, I mean, pressure treated, decking boards will be an option. Obviously not tracks or anything like that.
Well, the HPC has a policy on use of wood for decking, so you need to be aware of that.
Correct.
Before you get too far along. Make sure you look into it or talk to staff about it. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Galway, if you don't have any questions, we'll move on to comments. Okay. Commissioner Pelletier has one more question.
Sorry, I forgot. What's the difference between the porch level and the inside? Like, how much are you going up? Is it 8 inches? Is it 6 inches? Like, what's the step up into the house?
Roughly about 8 inches.
Okay, so it's pretty significant. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to our comments now. So would anybody like to start with this? Commissioner Galway is going to start. No
Go ahead and
no
start.
questions. He's
Ms. Commissioner
certainly-
Galway. In the report, staff found that the unpainted pressure-treated wood is not compatible for a primary resource, and I support that 100%. I'm sorry to have to feel that way, but being a primary resource, they're just, in my opinion, unless it's behind the resource in the rear where it can't be seen, I just don't think there's any room for a pressure-treated product, whether it's unpainted or painted. So that's really my only comment. Thanks.
Next, Commissioner Doman.
I have to question Commissioner Galway. Do you mean everything along the west side too? all of the,
Like, being a primary resource, unless it's
It
not
is a primary
seen from the road, I don't think it's
so
appropriate.
you're looking for, your position would be that the ramp should be wood, like mahogany or something, right? That's what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other comments? I'll have a comment. I was going to suggest you regrade the front to at least get your ramp down to a point where it's not so bad. But as you said, you're having to raise that porch level up 8 inches. That's significant. I do think you should look into a lift because this is a commercial building. And I imagine there might be times when not only would you have someone who would need the lift for their own access, but you can use that lift for other things to get other things up into the building. The pickets, the length of the ramp and the pickets are extremely noticeable. And my take on this, I know it's a primary resource, but my take on this is an ADA ramp, compliant ramp, is sticking out like a sore thumb on this. And mostly because of the wood and the pickets. And I think that in this condition, because this is kind of like solar cells, it is a removable attachment to the house if it ever becomes like a residence again. So why not go? I personally think that you should look at like a cable, a post and cable system where there are cables strung between the post, because that will disappear. You'll still have this extensive structure coming out and back if you don't do a lift, but at least you won't have vertical pickets the entire length and back. But the cable system and the cable systems are not prohibitively costly when you're thinking about all that wood and painting it and keeping it up. So I would suggest you look at post and cable system. You need to check to make sure it's still compliant with the code, but we've seen them used around a lot. We have seen other cases where people put glass or plastic, but I think in this condition it's going to get dirty and be a pain to maintain. So I really think the cable system, that might help the visibility. I don't have a problem with what you do in the back with the non-historic resource. And I'm fine, I do agree with staff about the door option as well. But other than that, I think you have it right in that you're trying to do the right thing. And I just think you should explore your options about that ramp. And that is my opinion about that ramp being a removable component to a historic resource as opposed to a permanent addition to the historic resource. Would anybody like to, Commissioner Pelletier?
Have you tried putting the ramp on the other side where it's not so visible? And turning one of those, I don't know, would they be allowed to turn one of those windows into a door? I know you're trying to get up to the front porch, but I don't know if there's a way to ramp up to a certain point on the other side so that you don't have a switchback, because you're trying to get people back to the front porch, but I suppose because the primary resource, you might not be able to cut a door into a window opening, but it just seems like there are other options here other than this very large, prominent ramp. Is it prohibitive on the other side?
Don't quote me on it. I'm not 100% sure, but I think there's, on the other side, there's the property line that we cannot go
Okay.
into, so.
That would be prohibitive. I guess I don't have as much problem with the pickets. I think the pickets are actually more appropriate to the age of this structure than a more modern detail. And if they were painted, And if you used, instead of using pressure treated, if you actually used sort of a smaller picket that was more, that was actually designed to be a picket, and you didn't just go to Home Depot and get the big square, pressure treated ones, or worse yet, the sort of custom-made panels, or the not custom-made, the sort of generated panels of railing that they sell at Home Depot. I think it could be a very nice railing. It is a lot. It's a lot of pickets, but just looking at what you're showing, I think it's appropriate for the structure. So it doesn't bother me. I would like to see a nice railing with pressure-treated framing would be fine, that you could paint in 6 months. But that's sort of my take on it. I don't have an issue with any of the other stuff. I celebrate the fact that you're covering up the CMU with siding. I think that's going to look great. The new windows and everything are fine. I just think if you did the railing nicely, the way that it's drawn, and not a sort of Home Depot special, I think it would kind of blend into the existing house. I would encourage you to look at a lift, because this is going to be expensive, and I know lifts are expensive, but if this is your headquarters and it's not a retail establishment where lots of people are coming and going, a lift might be just a very non-invasive way to go. But anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Commissioner Doman?
As some information, I guess, maybe for you, there are products out there, it's called kiln dried after treatment. It's a pressure treated wood. It could be like a pine. Most pressure treated wood is like a pine. And then it's kiln dried, so it allows you to paint it immediately. You won't find it at Home Depot, but it is a product. It's kiln dried after treatment, and it's a good product. And if you have to go to paintable type of a material, this will meet your needs.
Thank you very much.
Yes, go ahead.
I did hear some comments about the balusters, and I think Commissioner Haynes mentioned something about round balusters. I know there's some round aluminum balusters that we can incorporate to the top rail being pressure treated and bottom rail being pressure treated, so that might be less, because they're about three-quarters of an inch in diameter, and that might be an option that just came. So
Okay. No, yes, you want to speak to this. Okay,
Well,
Commissioner Haynes. Yeah.
I do think it would visually lighten the ramp, because instead of having a picket that's, 1.5 inch square, it's going to be 3/4 round or square, would be even a lighter visual effect than the typical square picket. So, and they come in different finishes, factory finishes, so you don't have to paint them on site. And so I do think that would be an improvement over the standard wood picket.
So I think what you're hearing from us is we really don't have an issue with what you're doing with this, property, and that's fine. Though obviously the length and composition of the ramp is concerning. You've heard recommendations to get a lift or look at a lift and look at other ways to build your ramp with wood and with other materials. And I think what you really need to do is price this out. Look at a lift, the cost of a lift, look at the cost of how you're going to build this the way you're planning right now with wood and paint, and calculate in the cost of you're going to have to replace this in so many years, or at least start working with it because it will wear, and then price a metal picket system or some other system, whether you want to look at the cable system or not, that's up to you. But even, as Commissioner Haynes says, a metal system, and look at all three pricing, look at how fast they'll get installed, and what the maintenance will be on all three of those. I think it's going to be worth, the half a day you'll do looking at the materials that the catalogs are online. But we obviously don't have a problem with this project in general, especially at the rear on the non-historic property. So we will leave it up to staff. You can talk to staff about this and work on this, and then they will make the determination if you can come back with a hop for us. That'll be their opinion on this, okay? Thank you very much. Moving on, we are going to talk about preliminary consultation 3C at 4023 Jones Bridge Road, Chevy Chase. Is there a staff report?
Just a minute, Madam Chair. Sure, so this is the preliminary consultation for 4023 Jones Bridge Road in Chevy Chase. It's the Hurley Sutton House. This is actually about a 20-year-old photograph before the house underwent several changes under previous ownership. The house was constructed circa 1907, which is actually sort of concurrent with the development of Hawkins Lane, which is just down Jones Bridge Road. It's a folk Victorian house, and this is to be reviewed under Chapter 24A, the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation and its Master Plan Amendment. So the applicant proposes to construct a detached garage to the rear of the house, expand the existing deck by creating a cover from the garage to the house, and enclosing a portion of the house along the right elevation. This is the house today. In 2020, it was hit by a tree and underwent a relatively substantial rehabilitation that the HPC reviewed, and that rehab included constructing the wraparound deck, which you see wrapping around the right side at the front of the house. This is along the left side, and you see this is a non-historic rear addition that was constructed as part of that 2020 rehab, and then the rear yard, which slopes away from the street. So again, this is the floor plan. It's a modest-sized house. You can see the dimensions of the deck that was approved by the HPC in late 2020. And the drawings provided by the applicant here, you can see the proposed two-car garage, which may or may not have occupiable space on a sort of loft or upper level. Because of the change in grade, that has an interior staircase, which provides direct access to the deck, which then includes a cover from the garage to the house, to the rear entrance. And then on the left side, you can see they're enclosing it. We've got a better image shortly. This was a image provided by the applicant for a sort of a conceptual garage to be installed in the location. So staff finds that the subject property is large enough to accommodate a two-car garage while maintaining its character, both of the house and the site. The dimensions were not provided, but a two-car garage is generally around 24 by 30 feet. I think the applicant has some updated dimensions to provide. Staff finds that the proposed garage is too close to the house to be compatible with the character of the master plan site. Staff finds that appropriate materials for a garage at the site include wood or fiber cement siding, wood or aluminum clad windows and doors, and a traditionally designed garage doors. Staff finds the porch modifications are incompatible with the character of the house and the master plan site, and that by creating an attached garage with whether it's a breezeway or an actual interior space is more consistent with a mid-20th century architecture than folk Victorian from the turn of the 20th century. And staff finds that enclosing the right side of the porch would negatively impact the simple massing of the historic house. So staff requests feedback from the HPC regarding the appropriateness of the garage placement, the appropriate materials of the proposed garage, the appropriateness of attaching the garage to the existing deck, and the appropriateness of enclosing the right side deck. And I will answer any questions that you have and can pull up any additional drawings from the application if the commissioners would like.
Are there any questions for staff? Last chance. Any questions for staff? No? Okay. The applicant can come forward and make a presentation or answer any more questions. And again, let's see, it looks like, no, you'll need to turn the mics on so the lights are green, and identify yourselves and your relationship to the project. Thank you.
I'm Tatiana Baitler and my husband Gregory Baitler. We are owners of the properties.
You have 7 minutes to make a presentation, or if you want, you can ask questions, but if you'd like to explain the intent of this project, that would be helpful.
Yeah, so idea is to have a safe and secure place to place car, because right now it's front car standing next to the, and it's a very big traffic on a main road, and it's not very safe to keep car right in front of the house. So we were thinking of having garage on the back of the house and connect through the stairs to the back deck, and it would not be seen from the front. So front would cover completely garage on the back. And from the garage, it would be safe to go upstairs to enter through the back door to the kitchen. So it would be more convenient to access from the back door.
Dan, can you bring up the image of the floor plan? Of the old floor plan with, I guess, from 2020? Okay, so the entrance to the house is on the left. The new deck is on the right and bottom, and the plan is to enclose that whole deck area?
No, that's only partial coverage.
Okay.
Just where the stairs entering to the kitchen. So we were hoping to have entrance from the garage to be covered for the convenience when rain. So it's more easier and convenient to access.
Okay. So maybe I'm being a little dense about this. So the closed portion is kind of where it says new deck, and that portion along the lower portion right there, Dan?
Yeah.
Okay, that's closed in, but the rest of it's open
Yes.
with a roof over it.
Correct.
Okay. And then the garage is, of course, beyond the new
Behind.
the new deck.
Yes.
So why are you closing in the portion that's below the house as opposed to just roofing it but leaving it open as a porch, and then enclosing the rear where it says demo stair on the plan, the old drawings, it says demo stair? It would seem to me that would be the portion you'd close in.
Can we have image of the when we have a garage and the house?
Oh, I
The-
see.
the
Okay,
previous-
so the garage is kind of off to one side.
Yes.
That's it, okay. Okay, gotcha. I kind of started asking questions, so if there's anything you'd like else to add, we will ask you questions, okay? Is there anything else?
Well, I've seen some comments from Montgomery County because we submitted permit, and they commented that some sizing restrictions for the garage because house is pretty small, and they have some restrictions based on size of the house. So we Yeah, originally that was 24 by 28, and now I asked the architect to reduce the size to 4 by 25, so it's 600 square feet, and it will be smaller size in width and.
Are there any questions, Commissioner Doman?
Thank you for coming. I did walk past the house, and I drove down and back. It's hard to find, it's not hard to find a house, it's hard, you have to be going the right direction at the right time to pull into your driveway. If you're on the other side of Jones Bridge Road, it's difficult to get in, and I don't know how you do it, but anyway, you have to know exactly how to approach your house in order to come in.
Right.
Is there currently a garage, excuse me, is there currently a garage on the property?
There is no current garage. no.
So, right now, if you're out shopping and you come home, you have to you go in through, like, on the back steps, and you go into the kitchen, is that correct?
yeah.
So you don't have any, if it's pouring rain or snowing or something like that, you have
Yes,
no.
yeah.
So this modification that you're talking about will give you access, you can pull into your garage, then go up some stairs, and then go through that covered area, and then go into the house. So that solves the problem of soaking wet groceries,
Yeah,
grocery bags and everything
exactly.
else, right? So that's what you're looking to do on the thing.
Yes.
Okay. There has to be some modifications for hardscape. You're gonna have to modify your driveway some way too, because you don't back out onto Jones Bridge Road. You have to turn around some way. So you're gonna have, I don't know, do we have drawings of a
That's
road, a
current
ramp or
picture.
something for them? No?
There is
No, Commissioner Doman, at this point, we're really just talking about the appropriateness of the massing and
Okay.
the siting
Okay.
of the addition.
Okay, all right. Well, I understand what you're trying to do, and I will allow other commissioners to speak. Thank you.
Anybody else have any more questions? Commissioner Pelletier, Commissioner Haynes? I guess I do have a couple questions. Your comments about the size of your house, the original historic property, is restricting the size of your garage?
No, no.
No. Okay.
Montgomery County has some regulations, and they commented on my permit that it it should be no more than 50% of the size of the house, or no more than 600 square feet, whichever is higher.
Okay.
So we took 624 by 25, and I asked architect to redraw so it will be a new, smaller size of the house, or of the garage.
Garage. And, yeah, that's the accessory structure thing. And it's a garage, and then do you have living space above it, or no?
No,
Just
it's
the
just
garage?
attic. Yeah,
Just a
it's just
garage.
attic to put some
Yeah.
boxes.
Interesting problem. Did they say it had to be connected to the house?
They
no,
didn't
they
comment
did not.
on this. No,
Okay,
no, that was my proposal,
okay.
just for convenience.
And obviously, the main floor of the house is quite a bit above the grade back
Oh,
there.
yeah, it's much higher.
Yeah.
Because it goes down.
Because that's part of what your problem is with this. Okay, any last questions? If not, comments. Would anybody like to start with comments on this one? I will, but, I mean, Jeff?
Sure. It would have been useful to have architectural drawings of the, up-to-date architectural drawings of the elevations. Certainly, the model massing does help understand the relationship of the garage to the main historic resource. I think the placement of the garage is reasonable. I don't know that not seeing a site plan per se, that being in the back of the house, being downhill, certainly will reduce the visual impact on the historic resource. I think I'm okay with the general size of the garage and its relationship to the historic structure of the main house. What will now become a side addition when you build over the existing deck, you enclose the existing deck, is an element that we probably wouldn't have found on this type of, architecturally, a Victorian home probably would not have had such a connector piece, and I think that's what I struggle with. Is that appropriate, and exactly what is the detailing of that would matter to me. So I have reservations about that connector piece from the house to the garage. Not seeing more detailed drawings, it's too conceptual. I suppose a roofed connector that would just be off the back of the house, but not visible from the side or could be acceptable. And I understand why you want to have a roofed connection from the garage to the house, but I can't tell from sort of this general massing model exactly how the details integrate or don't integrate with the historic resource. And I think you need to have your architect develop more detailed drawings so that we can understand that.
Commissioner Doman?
It's Commissioner Doman. Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Hines. This whole deck addition looks like an appendage or something stuck on the side of the building. I think the whole thing would look better if you did away with that. I'm looking at Figure 4, which shows it's called deck addition. It's kind of in a brown color. And it looks like something grew off the side of the house. And I really think you could get away with all of that. And I think you could make a connection between the garage. I think the garage is in a good location. I support the garage. And I support having a way to go from the garage to the house without having to go out in the rain. But I think this addition that you have here just doesn't look appropriate for the house. I think there's other ways you could do it, probably make it simpler, a little bit cleaner, make it look like one time you said it was called a breezeway, but an appendage that connects the house to the garage without this big side addition on the house. I think it'd look a lot better. And right now, I realize this is preliminary, but you don't have any windows or anything showing. This deck addition looks very...
We had different drawings.
We have them?
I sent email as well.
Oh, there are some windows. Yeah, and anyway, that's my comment. I think you can simplify it by getting rid of that big side addition on your house. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other comments? If not, I will close out. I agree with Commissioner Haynes and Commissioner Doman. I would add, I think it would be appropriate to move and I don't have a problem with the garage or its size, okay. I think it would be appropriate to move it away from the house a little bit more, okay, 10 feet or so. And then, as Commissioner Doman, and I understand there is an elevation, there's a deck and then there's a garage down below, so that's the problem. Can I ask, is there a door off the back of the house from the kitchen? Okay.
There is it, yeah.
Yeah, that's the kitchen door. I would agree with Commissioner Doman that the appendage off the side of the house, the deck enclosure off the side of the house.
On the back, right on the back.
No, on the side is inappropriate. I think what you need to do is ask the architect or the draftsman to look at creating a breezeway, a glassed-in connection that would run over to the garage, and then the stair would go down at the garage and the door to the garage there. And I think that would create could be very pleasant in the back at your deck and still give you that living space, but create a less substantial appearance than just enclosing everything and putting a roof over it. I think creating a glassed-in walkway from your deck to your garage, and then, something over the deck to give you some cover might look a little bit better. So I'm not sure you're there yet, but we don't have a problem with the garage and the idea that you need to make a connection. But I don't think what you're showing here is helping us understand what it's going to look like, and we're not reacting well to the blockiness of the massing models. So I think you really need to look at kind of connecting the house to the garage another way, and with something that looks more appropriate to the house. But something off the side there, closing in the deck on the side, that's really not appropriate for this house and its era. And it's a charming house. It really is a cute little house. So I think you need to talk to staff and come back again.
Sure.
But the garage we're fine with, so if that's.
Would it be supported if we put entrance from garage up to the stairs directly going to the kitchen?
Yeah, okay, that would be, yeah.
Yeah, essentially hide that pathway.
Behind the
so that
back,
you're behind the house rather than
Okay.
on the side.
Got it, okay.
And I
understand.
mean, if the deck disappears and the connection, that connection is on the ground, that's even better. And then you can create your gathering outdoor space in another way. But yes, that would be, the connection directly from the kitchen to the garage is better, hidden behind the house. That would be better.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
So,
Thank you.
yeah, work with staff. I mean, we do support you. It's just kind of working on the details.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, so we have 4 more to go. Do we want to take a quick break now? Yes. Okay, we're going to take a 7 to 8 minute break, and then we'll come back.
Okay, we're back live.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Moving on, we're at preliminary consultation 3D at 9 East Kirk Street, Chevy Chase. Is there a staff report?
Yes, there is, Madam Chair. Just, this is a brief staff report for 9 East Kirk. The address is incorrect on the bottom of this block. I apologize for that, but it's right on the second slide. So this house is a contributing resource to the Chevy Chase Village Historic District. It was constructed circa 1893. This is to be reviewed under the Chevy Chase Village Historic District Design Guidelines, Chapter 24A, and the Secretary of the Interior's Standards for Rehabilitation. It's on a double lot on the corner of East Kirk and Brookville. So the applicant proposes to construct a one-story addition to the east side of the house, install new doors on the rear elevation, construct a detached garage, and remove several trees on the site. Additionally, they're proposing to construct a fence along Brookville Road. This is the existing lot. In October of 2022, the HPC approved the demolition of a non-historic structure, a non-historic single-family house to the east. You can see the existing curb cut and driveway remain from that construction. It was a non-contributing house that was, I believe, built in 1964. So just to familiarize yourself with the lot, this is the house with its wraparound porch. Vacant lot to the east. It's an east elevation. This is the rear. And then we have a proposed site plan here where you see the footprint of the connector or breezeway and proposed addition. I'll note the proposed single bay garage is up here in the northwest corner of the lot. And then the applicants are proposing to use the other curb cut that was used to access the now demolished house and construct a gravel driveway across the front. So the addition is going to be used as either an ADU or a master suite. The applicant's architects are here and they can explain the program for the addition. And this is a drawing that was not in the original application, which shows the footprint of the proposed addition in red, but then they have the outline of the now demolished house shown in a sort of faint gray line, but you can see the addition is approximately a third of the footprint of the house. This is also a perspective that was not included in your drawing that was received by staff earlier this week. And again, just elevations of the proposal. So many of the architectural designs of the addition are drawn from the historic house architecture, including exposed rafter tails, window configuration, dormer shape and configuration, materials. This is the east elevation and the north or rear elevation. Note the new doors going into the historic house, which is where a engaged porch is now. And then the elevations of the one bay garage in the northwest corner. So in the staff report, there were two Sanborn maps. One was 1916, one was 1927. You see the 1916 Sanborn, there was no garage in the northwest corner, and then by 1927, there was an accessory structure noted there. So staff finds that there was a garage historically in the approximate location of the one proposed, and under a lenient scrutiny review, staff finds the proposed garage is compatible with the size, location, and materials of the existing house and surrounding district. Staff also finds that the hardscaping alterations adjacent to the garage are consistent with the character of the house and surrounding district. And staff finds that the bay window to be removed to accommodate the breezeway is likely not an historic or not an original architectural feature. Staff finds that the architectural design and materials are appropriate and reinforce the district's tradition of architectural excellence as outlined in the design guidelines. And staff finds the overall size of the addition may be too large to be compatible with the character of the surrounding district, which is the primary issue that we're here for this evening. Staff finds the proposal under consideration contrasts with a two-story addition the HPC opposed at 12 East Lenox. And staff also notes that addition was only 9 feet from the property line and 18 feet from the neighboring house. So that was much closer to adjacent construction. Staff finds the proposed rear doors are compatible with the character of the historic house and will not be visible from the public right-of-way, and that at a hop stage, these should be approved as a matter of course. Staff finds that the hardscape alterations, including connecting the existing curb cuts with a gravel drive, do not overwhelm the character of the property and surrounding district, and that the proposed fence along Brookville Road is appropriate. So again, the primary issues tonight are any discussion of the garage's location and design, whether those are compatible with the property in the surrounding district, and whether the HPC finds the extent and design of proposed hardscaping to be compatible with the character of the site. And then additionally, as there are tree removals, does the HPC find that any additional tree plantings as mitigation are necessary, or if we're waiting for a full landscape plan to be submitted sometime in the future. And then the larger questions are, does the HPC find the addition's proposed location appropriate or is a location behind the house preferable? Does the HPC find the size and scale of the addition to be appropriate? And are there any specific revisions to the design of the proposed materials? And then sort of, in aiding the HPC making a final HOP determination, are there any specific materials that they would request to go along with that? We encourage you to be as specific as possible at this time, as those could be developed to help make a final HOP determination. So, and then lastly, for tree removals, for staff's benefit, we request more information about the trees, size, species, and health of any trees larger than 6 inches diameter breast height proposed for replacement. And then if there are additional plantings already planned, where those would be going and what species those would be. Before we get to questions, the applicant also provided a neighborhood precedent study for side additions or sort of telescoping side construction in the neighborhood. The first one is at 108 East Melrose, which staff notes is outside of the district boundary, but you see it's got a side addition and then a breezeway and then a detached accessory structure. The subject property is located here in yellow, and then 108 East Melrose is shown in pink. And then we have 27 West Kirk, which has a large addition, actually telescopes off the back and then to the side. And then we have 10 West Kirk and 5804 Cedar Parkway, which has a left side addition. And I can go back, I found the dates. 5804 Cedar, that was approved by the HPC in 2005. The 10 West Kirk Street addition was approved by the HPC in 2022, and I was unable to find the date of the 27 West Kirk Street, but I believe that was 2015 or 2016. I can find that at a future date. So now, and the letter from the applicant's architect was distributed to the HPC. And now I will answer any questions that the commissioners have at this time.
Are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Doman?
Yeah, this is not directly addressing massing, but there's going to be a fence put along, is it Brookville Road? Is there a drawing or anything for this fence and what it's going to look like? And is there any compatible studies of what a fence would look like along this road?
So there was a fence design submitted in, I think, the landscape drawing in one of the small insets. It did not make it into the presentation, but I will note that there are a number of solid fences along Brookville Road from basically Chevy Chase Circle up to the edge of the district. It's a heavily trafficked road. The HPC has allowed fences that exceed 4 feet diameter, or 4 feet in height, that do have a more solid appearance along Brookville Road. So the fence proposed is generally consistent with what the HPC has allowed on other fences along Brookville Road.
So is this a solid fence then, like a stockade fence or something? Is that what?
So
what they-
the one proposed is actually, it's an ornamental aluminum picket fence, so it would have a more open character. There are a number of bushes and shrubs that are planted along Brookville Road, so what you see now on the property is effectively opaque vegetative screening along there now.
And does the fence go all the way up to Kirk Road then, or does it stop at the plane of the house?
It goes all the way to the corner, and it's hard to see, but the fence begins right where so the fence begins right there. So the note sort of points the arrow to where it connects right there. If you can see my hand, the cursor on the screen.
Okay, I've been enlightened. There is a drawing of the fence, thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? If not, I've got one. This addition is viewed as an accessory
No, I mean,
dwelling unit, or
no,
it's just an addition?
It's just I mean, I think for the purposes of the design guidelines, Chevy Chase Village has a guideline for major additions. I think they don't identify what constitutes a major addition, but based on the way that has been applied, staff finds that this qualifies as a major addition. Now, what the applicants are going to use it for, that's where staff is sort of, is this a master suite? Is this, for all intents and purposes, an ADU? It's largely irrelevant from our perspective, but just to get a sense of what the use of the addition is.
Thank you. If there are no more questions, then I invite the applicants to come forward and again, turn on the mics so the light is green and identify yourselves and your relationship to the project. And you'll have 7 minutes to make a presentation or to answer our questions or whatever we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone on. I'm Michael Patrick, principal in charge of the project for Barnes Vance Architects. And this is Michael Mazzaros. Introduce yourself.
Michael Mazzaros. I'm a project architect with Barnes Vance.
I would like mostly just to leave it up to questions for you all. A few things. The owner's certain intent is to make this an age-in-place structure for them. They've lived there for 30 years. They'd love to be able to stay here, but getting up the stairs is difficult. And so this is a way to have a bedroom suite that can turn into a little mini apartment for them when they need it at that time. So that's the main intent. They love being in the neighborhood and just want to try to make that possible. There were questions about going toward the back. We don't believe there's enough room to have a satisfying addition to the back. And in addition, the kitchen is on the back, the whole organization of the house. I would put it this way. This right now is already a lovely and desirable house in Chevy Chase Village. When we're complete, we think this will be a really special house in the village. And I think to put an addition on the back would greatly diminish its value for anyone who wanted to live there in the future. So, we appreciate all the great comments. We do think we've been very respectful by touching the house in a very minimal way. We've really tried to expose the beautiful character of it. And, we feel that we're in a good range of scale that's supportive of the larger house with a very light connection. So happy to answer any number of questions for you.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Questions? There are, okay, Commissioner Pelletier has something, yeah.
Looking at the plan of the addition, you're trying to do a sort of bay thing on one side, but you're not really pinching it in much. Is that like, I want it to be more, I guess is kind of, it seems like sort of a little visual trick that you're trying to, which I have used myself, to make it look a little bit smaller, but I think that, part of the issue that I guess I'm having a little bit of heartburn about is the size of it, as Dan mentioned, but that bay Like, what is that?
You're absolutely right. I mean, I think it's an extension that could be envisioned as original to the carriage house structure, so to speak, or something that was added after the original date of the sort of notional for a structure. We have spent a great deal of time on this. It's our very strong opinion that a 4-bay window expression on that as a simple volume is too large.
Too big, yeah.
And felt really, in fact, it matches the 4-bay structure of the main house and felt not secondary and supportive. So we worked very hard to get a 3-bay expression. We do think it's successful, but we were fighting, I mean, of course, that's what we're going to say, but we were fighting literally quarters of an inch to try to fit the bedroom, the closet, the bathroom, and everything else in circulation to get it in there. So that was the smallest we could imagine doing. We like it and we think it's effective, but I think that is what makes it possible to have that bedroom and closet and bathroom arrangement there.
Right, okay. Okay, thanks.
It's a good question.
Commissioner Doman?
On the floor plan that we just had up on the screen here, I see a bar area. There's no real kitchen then, is there? You said this might be turned into a suite later on for the family to live in this,
Well,
one level, do you vision a kitchen somewhere?
If some, it's, luckily they're a long way from actually needing to move into that. We decided not to make a second kitchen in this. It's one house. It is, and in fact, it really is envisioned by the owner as their house, and so we kept the kitchen where it was. Many other discussions about whether to have a secondary kitchen. The bar was really to get a glass of water, or obviously would be a great place to have guests and extend across the house and be able to support that as well. So there's no agenda to try to make it into a kitchen. They want the kitchen to be where it is. In 10 or 20 years, if they wanted to come back and say, can we add a kitchen, they could do that, but that's not our intent.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Well, I was looking at the tree inventory, and it appears that really, to my mind, the only two interesting trees that are being removed are in the way of the driveway, correct?
You know what? You know more about the trees.
It's
me.
it's a
Here we go.
Japanese maple and a dogwood, because the rest are Leland cypress and pines and hollies.
Is that 11 and 12 on the plan?
Yeah. Sorry, they're in the driveway, I believe, the new
Right.
driveway. Okay. That was it. If there are no more questions, we'll move to our comments. Would anybody like to start? If not, I will. I really don't have a problem with this. I think it's going to be a lovely addition. Obviously, they have a yard that's large enough, courtesy of demolishing the existing house that was the 1960s existing house that was there. And I think the design of it does hearken to or reference a carriage house or a very nice garage. So in that regard, and it is just such a much smaller scale. And the breezeway is very nice. Could have used that on the last application here. So I support this. I think you can come forward with a hop. Commissioner Doman, would you like to give your comments?
Yeah, it's a beautiful house. I don't get down that area very often, so I drove down Kirk Street, and I was blown away by the size of the homes that are down there. And I don't think this home is out of place. I mean, across the street, there's a very large house. Kitty corner across the other side, some very large houses with Corinthian columns on them. I think this house is appropriate for the neighborhood. I think your massing, is appropriate for the neighborhood. You didn't do a street view anyway, but I think the size-wise and I think the location of everything fits in with the neighborhood. I think that's fine. So some of the questions about the garage, I think this is just, it's not really a garage, is it? It's more of a storage area or something like that, whatever it's going to be.
Small car garage. And actually I think they either have, or I think they have a smart car.
Can you drive back?
You can get a smart car.
Certainly
In
a smart
fact,
car.
You could get, I think, even a real car with a lot of trouble.
Well, I think the design is fine. I have no problem with that. And I have no problem with the size and the massing of your addition. I think that fits in with the neighborhood, and the streetscape looks beautiful as you propose it. Thank you.
There in, Commissioner Pelletier.
I'm dwelling on the roof of the addition. In the elevations, on the head-on elevation of the bay, the roof is a little bit smaller than the rest of it, but you're showing it, well, okay, so what's up there now, you're showing the roof of the bay part, the ridge line is the same as the house, but on the other elevations, it's slightly lower. I'm curious.
Show us, because the intent is it's the same.
There, wait, go back. Back one, there, see it, sort of, the ridge line is slightly lower.
That might be a drafting error in that case.
Oh,
but
I
think
was
it
kind of
should be-
hoping that was the actual.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think it's a lovely project. I don't have an issue with anything. I just wish that bay was just ever so slightly smaller than, because it would also give you, I mean, you're trying to make a sort of square, you know, with your three windows, and it's the same dimensions on either side, and then you have this bay on the side. It would just be nice if the bay looked a little more bay-like, but other than that, I think the garage is pretty. I think it all fits really well, so I can certainly support this project.
Commissioner Haynes.
I concur with the comments of other commissioners. My only thinking is the footprint is almost as large as, it's like 85% of the original, the main house. So I think the proportions are nice, but I'd like to see it reduced about 10% in its footprint size, because I do think it, as currently, the size currently really competes with the main house. I mean, I think the location is fine. I think the siting of the addition makes sense. But I do think it's large relative to the main block. And if I think it were just slightly smaller, it'd be a little bit better proportion to the main house. But otherwise, you know, I support the garage argument. That makes sense. You know, I like the detailing that you've done to make it work with the main house. So all of that's working great, but I would wish to see it just slightly smaller, as it's almost the same width of the main house. Maybe it's about 10 feet shorter, but it feels large. And I don't think the offset, well, I understand the argument. I agree with Commissioner Pelletier that if it were more pronounced, that would also help with the massing a little bit. That 15 inches, in reality, that facade's going to look like almost one big roof. I don't think it's enough offset to have the effect that you're looking to create with that offset. But otherwise, I think it's a fine project and look forward to the hop.
Commissioner Galway, anything?
I could accept the project as presented.
So you've heard that we're in general supportive of this project. Obviously, there have been some comments about particular aspects of it, but nothing significant. We've made no comments about the landscaping or paving, other than the one maple and cherry tree, you might want to replace them somewhere else on the property. Be my preference. But other than that, it's a lovely project. It's very well thought out and well designed, and we look forward to a hop from you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Vice Chair.
Moving on,
Thank you, Commissioners.
3 more to go. Number 3E at 920 Old Buck Lodge Lane, Boyd's. Is there a staff report?
Yes, there is, Madam Chair. I'm just getting my notes situated. So this is the preliminary consultation for the White Carlin Farm at 920 Old Buck Lodge Road in Boyd's. It was constructed circa 1793. It is a federal house with a later addition. The house, its bank barn, which is quite large down here, and its associated outbuildings are all contributing structures. The standards of review for this are Chapter 24A, the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, and its master plan amendment. The applicant proposes to repair a number of elements that have been damaged by hail. Most of those are replacements in kind and don't require a HOP, but the applicants are well aware that those are eligible for tax credits. The two items that are changing are removing and replacing the existing asphalt shingle roof. The current proposal is to replace it with a synthetic shake roof. And then on the east and west, there are two porches that are covered in metal roofing. The applicant proposes to remove and replace those with standing seam metal roofing that matches the summer kitchen and I believe it's the spring house. Oops. So some of the additional analysis of the standards is guided by Preservation Brief 16, which is the use of substitute materials on historic buildings. This was recently revised, and I believe in March of this year was re-released. And that brief includes a list of questions for how to evaluate a proposal when considering a substitute material, including what are the sizes and shapes of the material, what are the color choices, what is the color stability of the new material, and how will it age or weather, what is its impact resistance or its flame spread rating, what are the installation requirements of the new material, can the feature be replaced or be custom produced if ready-made ones of the new material are not an accurate match, and then what is the expected lifespan and or warranty. So the applicant proposes to use Brava Cedar Shake in its aged cedar color. The shingles are provided in 3 different widths to create some variation in the finished roof. And then a material sample will be provided to the HPC. I believe the applicants have brought that along. Again, this is the house. It's lovely in stone and massive. There are some structural issues going on with the roof that will also be addressed when the existing shingling is removed. As interior structural work, that is eligible for the tax credit to repair, but that doesn't need to be reviewed by the HPC because it will result in no material or no visual change to the building. So again, the applicants, when staff conducted its site visit, the applicants had 2 different colors of the Brava shingle. The aged cedar is shown in the upper left, and the lower right is what's called natural. The applicants and the product manufacturer's representative directed me to this house in Gaithersburg in the upper left, where Brava Cedar Shake roof had been installed. I don't have the date of installation for that, but the staff was able to evaluate that. Literally 2 houses to the left is the house in the lower right corner, which includes a natural wood shake roof, which provided a pretty stark contrast between the 2 materials. And then recently, the whole historic preservation staff and Parks Cultural Resource staff conducted a visit to Winterbourne and Boyd's, which is still undergoing its rehabilitation from what was, in effect, a ruin, if the commissioners remember this. They recently had a treated cedar shake roof installed on their roof, and staff's providing that as a visual contrast as well. So staff finds that the 2 areas of metal roofing are later additions, and replacing the existing metal roof with a new standing seam metal roof would be eligible for staff level approval as a historically appropriate roof replacement. Unfortunately, staff has been unable to find an instance where the HPC approved a synthetic roofing material at a master plan site. Typically, what we've seen for synthetic products have been synthetic slates for new construction or building additions in historic districts, but not at master plan sites. So staff's primary concerns with the proposed material are its color and its reflectivity. The modeled appearance of many of the Brava shingles are intended to emulate aged wood, but staff does not find it to be a convincing substitute under 24A8B1 or 2. The product representative relayed to staff that part of the reflectivity was due to the chemical release that's applied in the molds to get them out easier and in one piece, and that the shingles will dull over time. We don't have an example of that yet. We'll continue to work on that with the applicants and the product representative moving forward. But staff finds that the most compatible replacement roof would either be a wood shake roof, which can be treated to improve its fire resistance, or an architectural shingle roof. And I will answer any questions that you have at that time. I would note also that both an architectural shingle roof and a natural wood shake roof would also be eligible for the county's tax credit.
Are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Doman?
Yeah, on the, is it
Winterbourne.
Winterbourne house, which has the natural shingles on it. Normally, these shingles have to breathe. The old roofs would be open on the underside, so that any moisture that got into the shingles would then dry to the interior. I did visit the Winterbourne house. Is there any extra fire precautions, such as a fire suppression system required in the attic if you have wood shingles on a house? Do you know anything about a situation like that?
That is not required under the code. The cedar shakes themselves are treated. So no, there is no fire suppression system. There's no sprinkler system that's required by code to install a roof like this on your house.
And how is the drying of the shingles handled? Do you know? Is there an air gap? You put your sheathing up and you put the shingles on. Is there an air gap required underneath there?
So typically with a shake roof, there isn't continuous sheathing. So their air can circulate underneath them. It's not like you've installed a solid plywood sheathing. So air is able to circulate underneath the shingles just by virtue of the way that they're installed.
Are there any other questions for staff? If there are no more questions for staff, then the applicant can come forward.
Madam Chair, before they
Yes.
begin their presentation, the applicants do have material samples. Why don't you come on up? I think that it would be appropriate for the commissioners to come down and examine the material before the applicants begin their presentation, just to have a better understanding of what the material is before they launch into their discussion.
Okay, so if you'll lay the material out, then we'll do a kind of show and tell, or we can pass it around. Why don't we do that? But yeah. Why don't you hand it to Dan? Oh, okay, we'll do it this way.
Yeah, it's a recycled material, and they mix up the color.
All right, before, well, okay, Commissioner Pelletier has a question for staff before we go to the applicant, if you'll bear with us.
If, this is Commissioner Pelletier, if the staff knows, how do these get installed?
So the rep described the installation as identical to installing a cedar shake roof. So whether or not that's a continuous, I can, during the discussion, I can do some research into seeing if that requires plywood sheathing or if it does require air gaps, but they're installed, the installation was described as identical to a shake roof.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you for your patience. If you will identify yourselves and your relationship to this project, and you'll have 7 minutes to present to us, answer questions, explain why you want to do this. Thank you.
We are Carol and Chuck Bergman, and we've been the stewards of the White Carlin Farm for over 20 years. When we took it on, the project originally, it was on you all's list as one of your top 10 things you were going to lose or were worried about losing. And the county executive award that we got for saving the barn came from Doug Duncan. I'm not sure if any of you know who Doug Duncan was, but it's been that long ago. Okay. I think what we want to cover is basically in the 2-page thing that comments that we submitted. And I don't know if you've had time to look at that or think about it. Basically, after this, we weren't thinking about roof at all until after this hailstorm, and we had contractors come in and saying, you know, you got roof issues. We went through the insurance. I mean, it's just been a big, unexpected thing. So we reached out to the staff and we said, what would this have been originally? When we inherited it, it had asbestos shingles. We took those off. We put on asphalt shingles when we did the original restoration or rehabilitation, whichever the right word is. But in the process of this hail damage, we started wondering, well, what would it have been originally? We decided we don't know, but it was likely cedar shake. So we talked to a couple of contractors and they said, oh, well, we put cedar shakes down here in Avenel. Here's some addresses. We went and looked, and we've driven a lot of neighborhoods that have cedar shake shingles, and we talking to some people. We are worried about maintenance, longevity, and just maintenance is a big one over time. At this stage of our stewardship, it's like we're getting too old to deal with that kind of stuff. And we would drive these neighborhoods, we would see the synthetic shingles and say, oh, that one's fake, that one's fake, that is natural, but it needs repair, you know, cupped, cracked, broken, or it had been patched and they put in some new ones and it just kind of looked like a mess. And then we found one that we thought, that is not real, but it looks pretty good. It was a realistic, to my eyes, a realistic replication of a natural cedar shake roof. So we went down that rabbit hole and found this company that just seemed better than the other products. And that's what we're proposing. So there's different colors. In the comments that I gave, that we put together for you all, have some addresses of houses that have this installed. And I think it was very, very helpful to us to see it in place on a house with the right perspective. This house, the picture that's up now on the screen, is taken from the road, but it's zoomed in 2 times. I didn't realize it when I took it. The house sets back from the road over 250 feet. The front of the house faces south. It's going to get baked by the sun. The back of the house is, it doesn't get any sun, so the maintenance issues are different on the front and the back. But the perspective from the road, we're out in the ag reserve, we get more bicyclists, people on bicycles than we do cars. But you're back 250 feet at least from the road. I think the shingles look different when they're up on the 2nd story and the 3rd story in the back, and 250 feet from the road than they do when you look at this. Nobody's gonna feel it. You're not gonna be you can't touch it and say, oh, this feels like plastic. The patina is baked in from the beginning. You do have this sheen thing going on initially, but you don't see it in these houses that, where it's in place. Maybe in certain light, it would look shinier than a natural, but in general, I think they've nailed the texture and the color. I think Dan had some issues with the model look of the color. We can look at other colors in the line if that would help, but it's not really any different than the asphalt shingles that have green grit and black grit and gray grit. When you get back away from it, it looks natural. So the house on Flame Court that you had on your display, the red house, talked with the owner of that house, and they were one of the very first in the area to have a Brava roof installed, and that's been on their house for, if I remember right, 3 years. So if that looks shiny, then that's the sheen that you've got after 3 years.
But that roof was his 3rd roof in 20 years. He had replaced wood cedar shingles twice before he put that on because of hail damage.
The neighborhood is all cedar roofs, and they've been there over 30 years. It was the original owner. After 10 years, he replaced the cedar roof. After 20 years, he replaced the cedar roof. And the 3rd time, he said, I gotta do it a different way. And he went and he found this.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant, or in this case, maybe even for staff again, since we have Commissioner Pelletier?
How old is this product? Like, how long has it been around?
The company's been in business since 2008, and they give it a 50-year warranty.
But they haven't been around for 50 years,
No,
so.
no,
Okay.
since 2008.
Okay, so it's a new material.
It's a new material.
Okay, thanks.
I guess one point that I wanted to add was we see this as replaceable. It's not like we're taking out original windows and hauling them off to the dump to have, make the new windows more modern and easier to clean and a little bit more energy efficient. If the next people who take care of this place are purists and they want to have a natural cedar roof, they could go there. I mean, it's not a, you can go back.
Actually, if I may jump in, Commissioner Doman, I did look up an answer to Commissioner Pelletier's question regarding installation. This can be installed either on solid sheathing or on space sheathing. So regardless of what the roof has in it currently, it can be installed a variety of ways. And it says in their installation instructions, it should be installed in the method most appropriate to the location where the house is being built, or where the house is. So there's a lot of flexibility inherent in the installation methods for the roofing.
But we don't know how it wears because it's only been
Right.
around
That we
since
still don't
2008.
have, right.
And they guarantee it for 50 years, but we don't know
Right.
what, you know what I mean?
Fading,
Yeah.
weathering, yeah.
Cracking, will the color hold up, all that kind of stuff. Okay. All right, thank you.
I guess, if I should respond to that, I think, you know that about natural cedar, and I don't know that this is, I can't, this is not any worse. It's better. I mean, in terms of cracking, in terms of longevity, in terms of, even though it's been around for, what's my math, 14 and to 16 years, they've been making this.
Well, it's a product, it's a plastic product. And so I'm just curious about what it's going to look like in 40 years. I don't think anybody replaces their roof thinking that they're going to do it again, you know, in another 10 years or whatever. So I was just curious if there was any sort of studies or anything, or if it had been around longer than just a few years, because there's a lot of new products out that we're still trying to figure out if they're appropriate for historic homes, because a lot of them don't wear well, they don't look good after a couple of years. So that's where my question was coming from.
This is a company in Iowa, and they've been small for years and years and just kind of in the Midwest. If you go to their website, you can get some history of, you know, how it's been used there, and they've just more recently expanded to be national and
Commissioner Doman?
Yes, this is Commissioner Dolman. Do you own this property, or is it a conservatory type of a property?
no, we own it.
You own it? Because sometimes there are these properties that you kind of said you're a caretaker of it, but you actually own the property, I think, as opposed to being just a resident caretaker of the property.
We do most of the restoration work ourselves when we can.
Very good, that's good. Have you looked at comparative pricing? I know this isn't relevant from historical standpoint, but for you, it's you know, you have to balance what you can afford and what you can't afford and what you're looking for longevity down the road and everything. Is this product more expensive than cedar shingles, or less expensive? Do you know? Do you have a feel for any of that?
Over a long period of time, we believe it to be substantially less cost than cedar shingles. And the initial installation, I think it is comparable or maybe a little bit less. But over time, I think there'll be significantly less maintenance to this than there would be to real wood cedar shakes.
Okay, and you said you had some contractors out to work on it, and do you have to replace the sheathing? I mean, you have rafters, and then you put sheathing down, or you have space sheathing if you're drying. What has to be done?
We will be replaced. We have original, 200+ years old rafters in the house. Some of them have been sistered to strengthen them. As part of this, as Dan mentioned, we will be fixing some structural issues with the roof. So we will put down new sheeting above that to do some leveling, and we will be putting some wood inside to strengthen the main beam across the top.
And as far as you know, there's no difference in weight, the loading on your roof with real wood shingle loading versus the synthetic product loading on your roof? I mean,
we've had a structural engineer out who's helped design some of the structural changes, and he does not see a problem with the weight of that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant from anybody? If not, did you look at any other materials other than trying to find a shake shingle looking thing? Did you look at standing seam metal roofs or flat seam metal roofs or metal shingles?
We did not look at metal shingles. There are metal roofs on the lower roofs over the porches are metal.
And is the barn, as is the smokehouse, as is the summer kitchen, as is the spring house. So that was a consideration. Do we want to just have everything with the same metal standing seam roof? And we didn't think that would, appearance-wise, be as good as an alternate on the main house. It's something that we certainly have the expertise of our contractors to do. We just didn't think it would look as good.
I think having the main roof, the upper roof be different than the porch roofs makes a distinction between the original 1790s house and the addition that was put on in the early 2000s.
I can appreciate that, but you are removing an asphalt shingle roof that's obviously contemporary.
Right.
So, you know, a metal roof would be an appropriate, somewhat historic replacement for this house, since that would have been, it would have been replaced with that at some point in the past if shake shingles weren't available. We did ask earlier of staff about a slate roof, which would look lovely and last forever and ever, but they probably wouldn't have had, the house wouldn't have had that back in the day because there are no slate quarries around here.
And I think we would have a weight issue with the rafters.
There is that too, yeah.
The other thing with the metal roof, we have a lot of the original interior fabric, and it's quite elaborate. Some of it is amazingly elaborate for the age of the house. And it was originally fancy. And so I think this is maybe just personal, but a metal roof reads a little bit more farmhousey. And yes, it is a farmhouse, but it was a fancy farmhouse originally.
It is a beautiful house. It's stunning. Are there any more? Commissioner Doman has a question.
Again, staff offered you an alternative. You have this product that the synthetic slate or synthetic shingles, and the other alternative was to put regular shingles up on the roof. Are you against using regular shingles? I mean, that's an alternative that would be fairly inexpensive and something that you could do, and we could approve it right away.
The asphalt shingles, I mean, we've had them for.
That's what we installed 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's like, but this is a better replication of what would have been there originally than asphalt.
So you're not interested in shingles then, or asphalt shingles?
Asphalt shingles would be the second or third choice.
Okay. All right.
I mean, we personally feel like this is a good alternative, or a reasonable alternative.
And
Thank you.
what's your second choice? If first choice is the plastic and third choice is asphalt, what's the in-between?
Asphalt's probably the second.
Okay.
I think we're just not ready to, I have a fundamental issue with the natural cedar wood shakes, and that you're cutting down trees to put on a roof that lasts, 10, 15, 20, max of 30 years, and that's if you maintain it. This is not going to be easy to it wouldn't be easy to maintain.
And we love wood. The barn is huge in size. I don't know if you've seen pictures of it. Somebody has said it's the largest timber frame bank barn in the county. And it's all wood, and it takes a lot of maintenance and whatever. All the outbuildings are all wood. So, within the old house, other than the stone, the original house, it's wood floors, it's lots of wood inside. So we're not anti-wood. We know how good it looks when it's, pristine, but also takes a lot of maintenance to keep it that way. So we're just fearful because it's so high up, we can't get up to it ourselves, the ongoing maintenance, and then what we've heard about the longevity of what happens with real wood shake shingles, they just aren't lasting that long.
My next question is for staff. We have been looking at wood replacement materials, not for roofs, but for porches, decks, and the like. Have any of the products we have looked at, like the thermally modified woods, have any of them been marketed for roofing applications like this, not modern contemporary structures, but a historic structure?
So I have been looking into those products, both with this project and another one in mind. I found thermally modified shakes for walls, but not for roofs. So to date, I've not been able to find any of those products available in the marketplace yet.
And thinking of California, don't they have out west in the fire areas, don't they have cement shingles that replicate cedar shingles?
There are, again, that would require referring back to a structural engineer regarding the additional weight penalty associated with that. So,
Yeah.
I mean, and there are states that have, because of wildfire concerns, that have straight up eliminated the use of wood shakes. But Maryland and most of the Mid-Atlantic Maryland and all of the Mid-Atlantic have not gone so far as to do that yet. So yes, there are some alternative materials, but they are significantly heavier than wood or the synthetic slates proposed by the applicant.
What about something like a hardy board? Again, we've never really gotten into this kind of replacement issue, but does hardy make a roofing material
I
that
don't
you're aware of?
think distributed in America. I would have to go look for that, and I'm happy to do so.
Because that's a cementitious product.
Yeah, I don't believe they make roofing. They do make
Yeah,
siding. I mean, the addition of this is hardy board.
Yeah,
but they also make shingle siding.
Yeah, we
boards.
approve that here. We've approved quite a
it's
bit of
great
that.
product,
So,
but I don't know if they have a roofing equivalent.
yeah, it's a wall issue. Okay, I think we've asked all the questions we can ask, so we're going to get into comments now. And everyone, it is getting late. It's 9:40, so we have 2 more cases left. But I do want people to air their opinions on this because there are requirements, material requirements for historic properties. And your property is exceptional. It's a master plan site. So it has the highest requirements for what the replacement materials. We have been looking at substitute materials for other properties around the county, but nothing like this. This will be the first time we have looked at a plastic replacement material. And I must warn you right off the bat, a plastic replacement material would not be acceptable by the tax credits. You won't get any tax credits for this at all. And by the standards, the Secretary of the Interior standards that apply to historic properties. So we're going to air our opinions on what we think about this product, but please be aware that this is a very, very high mountain you have to get over because you will, I mean, there are strict requirements for your property, okay? So would anybody like to start besides me? Commissioner Haynes, I see your finger, okay.
Well, I, for one, am conflicted by these issues and challenges. I appreciate the maintenance requirement that a natural wood shake shingle requires. The quality of the wood, as we know from other examples, is not what it used to be. At the same time, we have a new product that we don't know is really tested. It appears that it has not been out in the field for any length of time that might reveal any issues. But I suppose if you're willing to replace a roof after 20 years, then you take that risk with a new product. So and I tend to be authentic preference. My preference would be to have a wood shingle roof. But the practical side of me is sympathetic to a composite roof, or in this case, a plastic roof. I imagine from the street, from a reasonable distance, it would not look so plastic, but it's certainly not going to replicate the natural characteristics of a cedar, of a wood cedar roof. So, aesthetically, is it detrimental to the overall historic character of the house? Visually, probably not, but authentically, from the construction of the house, certainly you won't want to go back in and replace those wood rafters with glulam or a laminated veneer lumber, because that takes away from the authenticity of the house. And that's kind of, I think, what we're all struggling with here is, why can't that cedar shake last 100 years without maintenance? But that's not the reality. So what does it put me? I'm honestly for myself, I need to go see the product installed. Unfortunately, I was not able to go out to these examples that you've provided, and thank you for providing that. And I would like to do so to really form an opinion. So I'm on the fence.
Any other comments? Commissioner Pelletier?
I'll just agree with what he said.
You what?
I agree.
You agree?
With Commissioner Haynes. Yeah, I would also like to go and check out some of these addresses that you provided before making a decision, because this is something that we wrestle with, especially with these master plan sites, because they are very authentic and we want the best for them, but at the same time, obviously wood is high maintenance, they're not as good as they used to be, et cetera, et cetera. But my preference would be to check these out before making a decision, but that's not up to me. So I appreciate that you want the best for this house just like we do. And so, but these alternative materials that keep popping up in the marketplace give us a lot of heartburn, especially the untested ones. And so, yeah, I would just like to go and check some of these places out and see how they look for myself. It's hard to tell from the photos, and I didn't have a chance, so.
That's what sold us, is
Yeah.
seeing it on a real house.
Yeah, and you get the distance from the road, and you get to see how the light hits it and that kind of stuff, which I wouldn't feel right making a decision tonight based on the information that we currently have. So, thank you.
Commissioner Doman?
Commissioner Doman, I believe we need to venture out and try some new products sometime, and I truly believe you are good stewards of your property. I think you've looked after this house, and I think you would not put anything on this house that would jeopardize the quality of the house or anything else. I take your opinion that you didn't look at other houses and you feel that this is an acceptable product for your home. And I think we need to be more open to other products. There's always new products coming out on the market, and you obviously have done your research, and I'm willing to support the use of whatever the name of this product is that you have selected. I leave the color up to you guys. You can decide what you like best. And I realize that this is a master plan house, but I think we need to start thinking outside the box a little bit and start looking at some other products that would serve the homeowner better and maybe even last longer and protect the property better. So that's my opinion. I support your choice. Thank you.
Commissioner Galway?
Commissioner Galway, I'm conflicted as well. I think, Commissioner Haynes talking about the authenticity of the product, and I'm hearing it and I'm feeling it. But in the other sense, I understand the issue with the durability of the cedar shake. I kind of maybe go back to convincing substitute. Maybe that's where we have to land. But then I get frightened by, pardon the visual, but the little tyke red and yellow car that's sitting out in the sun and rain, and after 2 years, it's no longer really red and yellow. It's kind of white and it's washed out. And I think all of us would be doing a disservice if 3 years from now they started to fade on you and they really didn't look like anything but a plastic material up there. So I understand it can be replaced. So I think from that standpoint, if it doesn't hold up, as some of the other commissioners have mentioned, within 10, 15, 20 years, it would be no different than replacing the wood cedar shake roof at that point. So I get that. I too think it's appropriate for me personally to go take a look at it and try to make a decision based on that. Thank you.
And I'll do the closing comments. I am going to take the harder opposite line of Commissioner Doman, which is this is an inappropriate material for a master plan site and a site that is so extraordinary as yours and so well maintained. In the short term, you can replace the damaged asphalt shingles by right and with a staff approval. So there is no delay in getting that done. You can use cedar shake shingles that, yes, we are all aware that they have an age problem. And I think some of that, we have seen cases where they aged quickly, but in most of those cases, they were north-facing and shaded, and they weren't drying out well enough. And that would be the most authentic replacement that you would have. There are new materials, and of course, you have the option of a standing seam metal roof, and there may be other new products out there or soon to come on the market. I am personally opposed to plastic, and especially plastic roofs. I appreciate they will be low maintenance, and they would certainly withstand a hailstorm and certainly be quiet in a hailstorm, but they are still plastic. They are a non-renewable resource. I'm assuming they're recyclable in this, okay?
They are recyclable.
Okay, so they're recyclable, but they are still plastic. They have still come from a petroleum process, an oil process. And please, let me finish my comment. So I would not approve this replacement material. In my day job, I'm an architect, but I work with researching materials for other architects all the time. And the concern with new products, especially products that are used outside, is when a new product is on the market for a very short time and they give very long warranties. And this product has been on the market not very long, and the warranty is much longer than it's been on the market, which means its warranty is based on the raw material that's being used, not on their product. And they probably have done accelerated aging of it, but I would would be hesitant and even putting it on a new house. So again, for a master plan site, this is not an appropriate product in my mind. Now, with that said, I am willing to, for staff to arrange a visit, for the commissioners to go out on their own to visit some of these other sites on their own, and possibly visit your property as well. But what does staff think about that?
Well, so staff thinks a couple of things. Well, so I guess the first is the timeline that the applicants are prepared to install their roof, because depending on what that timeline is may change the recommendation. But we have a number of commissioners who say, I think it warrants additional investigation in other locations where this has been installed, and we have a list provided by the applicant. So if this is something that can wait until the new year, the HPC could schedule a continuation of this preliminary consultation for like the second December meeting, provided that the commissioners do visit some of these sites in the interim, in which case most of that preliminary consultation will be the commissioners providing feedback based on their observations in the field, both to staff and to the applicant, which would then should provide some more concrete steps moving forward, or at least, based on my observations, I found this, I thought this was gonna be really great, I don't think so, or I thought it was gonna be great and I found it to be inappropriate. But just to be able to provide that level of feedback to the applicant and to staff may help distill some of those marching orders moving forward. So if the applicant is okay waiting for that sort of time frame, I think that would be an okay way to proceed. If it needs to happen sooner, I think that the commissioners have sort of provided. There isn't a clear majority supporting taking this material on even as a test case based on what I'm hearing from the commissioners. But again, at staff level, we would approve either a shake or an architectural shingle roof at the staff level. And both of those materials would qualify for tax credit. So, that's depending on how deliberately you want to move forward and how interested the applicants are in pursuing this specific synthetic material, that would be my recommendation, is we sort of schedule a continuance of this hearing for the second December meeting, and the commissioners get their marching orders to conduct site visits in the interim.
I would, in response to this, considering how many meetings did we have last year, or this past year, however long that took, for just substitute materials for decking?
It was like 5 or 6 work
5 or
sessions
6.
just on that topic.
5 or 6 sessions on that product, and we didn't even get to we came to a process by which new materials for decks can be reviewed and considered, not even approved, any of them. So I for this moment, I would agree that for another preliminary in December that would allow the commissioners to go out and visit some of these sites. But even then, I don't think it's appropriate to approve a new product that is this new and such a change from what we do and what we do approve on by right in just one meeting. I mean, it deserves more time than that, especially with 3 products that can be approved by right and get 2 by right and get tax credits.
So our second December meeting is December the 18th. Do the commissioners feel that that is enough time? We'll schedule it on the agenda. And also, does December 18th work for the applicants to come back?
Works.
Okay.
Okay, so we will continue this until December 18th. Commissioners are required or are on their own for going out and looking at this on their own if they choose to do so. And then the discussion will be reopened on the December 18th.
A question. Can I visit your house?
You may.
I'd love to see your property, and I'd love to see this stone house. I think it looks fantastic, and I'd like to see the current roof and everything else, so we have an invitation to come out and see?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Whoever can make it out, we would love to host you.
I would actually recommend that if several commissioners want to go out there, we probably should pick one time so we don't pester the applicant.
We can't do that.
Oh, we can't do that. You're right, we can't.
Can't do that. It's a meeting if there's
That's
more than two of
right.
you.
See, we
Oh, you can't do a meeting?
cannot
No.
discuss a case outside of
We
this room.
had to advertise it because it's a meeting.
Okay.
So we will have
One
to.
person's
Yeah,
enough.
we will have to pester you, I'm afraid, because we can't come out together.
All right.
All right, so,
You're all welcome.
thank you. Thank you
And
very much.
Dan did tell me to tell you that the State Historic Trust has approved or proposed,
Maryland Historic Trust?
yes, has approved.
Okay.
And the other thing that's relevant on the topic of approvals is in my written comments, Fairfax County, if any of you know any of your, the people that, I think it's the same sort of commission in Fairfax County, we've been told recently approved the use of the Brava Shake on a historic house, Mount Gilead. Do I have that right?
I appreciate that, but this is Montgomery County, and we are the commission, and we will make the decision for your property, and the regulations for your property are maybe similar, but are unique to Montgomery County. So in that regards, we take it under advisement, but it will not influence our opinions.
Staff will also provide, if there is any written justification from MHT, they have not applied for a tax credit or a DOE, so we don't have any of the, anything written from MHT that talks about their decision, or if they were asked to make any kind of a formal decision, or what that case was. So we'll track that down for you for next time.
Thank you. Commissioner Pelletier?
Is MHT?
The Maryland Historical Trust, our SHPA.
Oh, okay. So my question, I know we talked about this earlier, but would this material be disqualified from tax credits, or
Yes.
it would?
Property tax credits,
For county
yes.
tax credits,
Okay,
yes.
so tax credits would include a replacement asphalt, right, or cedar shake?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Again, to December 18th.
Okay.
We'll see you then. Moving on, for most of you who are still here, 3F, 8601 Cameron Street, Silver Spring, the Tasty Diner. And if anyone who's speaking would come forward and share mics, probably. I have, how many? 3 people listed, Stacy Silver, Daniel Seidman, Ann Adams. But first, come forward, but first there's going to be a staff report. I'm sorry, but sit there, wait. There is a staff report. Dan, if you would be so kind.
Before Dan starts the staff report, we also have one member of the applicant team, Trini Rodriguez, who is joining us online, that I will unmute when it is time for the applicant. We also have a member of the public signed up to speak from the Art Deco Society.
Okay, thank you.
So we have a brief staff presentation. This is actually our 3rd preliminary consultation for this property. This is the Tasty Diner master plan site. It was constructed in 1946. It is an individually listed master plan site. I think it's our smallest master plan site. And it was relocated from its original location in 2000, and that move was contemplated in the master plan amendment. So this is to be reviewed under 24A, the Secretary of the Interior standards, and the master plan amendment, but the property is also under historic preservation easement held by the county. So back on August 16th, the HPC heard the first preliminary consultation, August 16th of last year, sorry. And the first question was about the placement of the diner in connection with a new residential building tower in downtown Silver Spring. The commission was divided on the new location, with half supporting its proposal as presented, and the remaining commissioners presenting a range of opinions for an alternate location that improved the relationship between the building and the street, orienting the diner towards the intersection of Ramsey and Cameron, or a location where the diner could operate independently of any new development. A couple months later, the applicant team came back in October 2023 with a revised design and location for the diner building, and the HPC was effectively unanimous that the diner was in a suitable location as required by the master plan amendment, and several commissioners indicated they found the proposed construction loomed over the diner. So again, the applicant proposes to demolish the non-historic building additions, which are on the southwest and east of the diner, to relocate the diner building on site and to incorporate it into a new mixed-use building with commercial on the ground floor and residential above. Again, 24A, the Secretary of the Interior standards and easement compliance. So the primary issues before the HPC at this preliminary consultation is, have the revisions to the atrium level of the building improved the street presence of the diner building, and have the revisions to the pedestal portion of the building improve the relationship between the new construction and the diner. So again, on the left is the revised proposal that the HPC saw in October 2023, and on the right is the current proposal. What you see is that the front of the atrium has been inset an additional 5 feet, so that provides a full sort of connector piece that does express all 4 corners of the historic diner building now. The dashed line is the overhang above, which we'll see in the elevation drawings. And they have done additional regrading on site. So again, the previous submission is in the left. The revised shows sort of an extended breezeway hyphen connector piece on the right. And then the applicant has some even further revisions that they're going to present, but what you see in the upper right and the smaller one was the October 2023 proposal. You see the atrium on the ground floor, and then 3 floors of parking, and then an inset, and then another 2 floors of parking above. In the revised design, again, the atrium is inset 5 feet further into the building, and then we have 4 floors of sort of a pedestal, and then an inset which rises an additional 2 stories behind there. The grade has been altered, which isn't really all that visible in this space, but you can see that a set of stairs, they were grading, a set of stairs was eliminated, so everything here is on grade now. Additionally, again, you've got more of the diner expressed here. This is on the Ramsey elevation, and you see the pedestal with only 4 floors in a single orientation rather than the 3 stories and then a jog and then 2 additional stories above. And then a perspective drawing from further away. And showing the diner car reading as sort of a more independent building than I think it has in either of the previous 2 iterations. And the sort of the connector structure is proposed to be fully glazed with a storefront system for support and a sort of flat metal roof above, which will connect to the diner car. Again, it will be restored so that all 4 corners of the diner building are expressed. So staff finds the revised separation allows the diner to read more as a separate structure. As I just said, more of the diner car will be restored so that all 4 corners are presented. And staff finds the revisions to the pedestal directly behind the diner have improved by creating a smaller mass to help ease the sense of looming. Also, I think the darker color helps provide a contrast, and that eliminating the horizontal orientation of the openings helps to draw a starker contrast between the diner and the new construction. So staff requests feedback regarding the appropriateness of the revised diner placement, the proposed revisions to the pedestal adjacent to the diner building, any other considerations regarding the site work. Again, additional topics for discussion for a next preliminary consultation could include details regarding selected demolition and site work prior to the construction, details on the storing of the diner car during construction, details regarding the connecting hyphen and other material details necessary prior to their building permit submission. Additionally, at the end, if the HPC does support the proposal, the applicant has asked if the HPC would write a letter to the planning board in support of this as they come in for their preliminary and site plan sometime in the new year. So before we gavel out, I think a vote for the HPC in support of a letter would be appreciated. And with that, I will answer any questions that you have at this time.
I have the first question, which in your requested HPC feedback was another preliminary consultation, but including things such as demolition, site work, and storing of the diner. We've not discussed any of that. Now, I don't think that's critical. I mean, this is obviously dealing with this revision to the appearance of and the location of the diner and the appearance of the building behind it. Would that be another preliminary kind of detached from the approval of, or whatever we decide tonight, of these visual changes?
I mean, I think so. So typically, the way that the preliminary consultations have worked is there have been sort of very specific questions that are asked that allow the applicant team to move forward both sort of in a parallel track with the HPC and the planning board. So some of these questions have gone unanswered. I mean, in the first preliminary consultation, the HPC was unanimous in their support for demolishing the non-historic additions to the diner building. But this, as Rebecca Ballo pointed out in a meeting that we had earlier this week, there is an easement on this building, and understanding or knowing where the building is during the term of construction is something that we should be expected to have, because typically easement properties should be inspected at least once a year or cyclically. So discussions about the conditions of that, the building for all of the other infrastructure work that needs to happen to accommodate construction will need to be lifted and moved somewhere else, ideally off-site, but as a building that was intended to be driven from New Jersey or hauled from New Jersey down here in the first place, staff think that's an appropriate action to take, but it's also not a discussion that the HPC has had yet. So as just part of the temporary relocation, the HPC has already signaled its support for relocating the building on site, but sort of what happens to the building during construction is also something that hasn't been resolved yet, or a topic of discussion that the HPC has taken on. So that's where some of those future items are raised but haven't been necessarily addressed yet, and we're sort of getting down to those more granular issues at this point.
Very interesting. Okay, it's getting late. Let's move this along. Questions for staff? Commissioner Galway.
This is Commissioner Galway. I'm a little confused. One of your requested feedback line items, appropriateness of the revised diner placement. Now, you talked about the lower floor being set back, but did the diner actually physically move? And
So the diner hasn't. It's
Okay,
actually in
thank
the
you.
exact same place. It's everything around it that has shifted.
That was my question.
So it's more the relationship of the diner to everything else, including the regrading that's happened around it.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? If not, then now you can make your presentation, and it's still 7 minutes, Rebecca? Okay, you have 7 minutes as a collective to say whatever you want.
Great. Okay. Good evening. My name is Stacy Silber, for the record, with the law firm of Lerch, Early and Brewer. With me here tonight are folks from 8676 Georgia Avenue, LLC, an affiliate of Roadside Development. We have Brian Corcoran, Will Eichler, and Paul Kaminsky of Roadside who are here. We have architectural historian Andy Adams, Daniel Seidman, Ronnie Ali, and Michael Coutul of Bonstra Harrison Architects. And we have others here too if you have any other questions. In the interest of time, we're going to focus on the highlights of what we submitted. Next slide. Just to, again, kind of show you where we are right now. As Dan had mentioned, we've come before you twice. We went to the planning board for our sketch plan and preliminary plan on July 18th, where we got a unanimous vote of approval by the planning board. We're now here with you all for the third preliminary consultation, but the first one on our site plan. We have our planning board we're expecting on the site plan sometime this spring, and then we'll certainly be coming back to you with a preliminary consultation on some of the questions that Dan had just brought up related to the relocation, et cetera, prior to building permit, and obviously we come back to you with a HOP. Next slide. We just wanted to remind you all in terms of where we are. So in 2022, the county council rezoned this property and upzoned it, including the surrounding sites, and included upzoning in terms of additional heights as well. So this property was rezoned to allow up to heights of 300 feet. And as you can see, the surrounding properties go from 260 to 300 in the immediate area. The proposal that we have before you implements the recommendations of the county council. And I'd like to turn it over to Andy Adams.
Good evening. Sorry, Andy Adams, architectural historian with A. Adams and Company. You've seen these images before, but just as a reminder, the extent of this historic resource that's listed in the locational atlas is limited to those parts of the facade, the original facade that still exist, which are outlined in the dotted yellowy orange line, which is basically the front facade and part of each of the side walls. The back wall and the back corners no longer exist. The area that's encompassed by these walls is about 800 square feet, so it may indeed be your smallest designated historic resource. Also, the Tasty Diner sign that you can see there, particularly in the upper right, dates from 2000, when the building was moved. The current owners are legally prohibited from using the sign and the name going forward. So at such a time as we need to come up with something, we will come back to you for another appropriately designed sign. But we can't use that. You'll also see in these pictures the ramp and the railings that were added in 2000, which are really detrimental to the building, and we want to take those off and do something better. But during the removal, the demolition of the non-contributing additions around the diner, no historic fabric will be removed. We are keeping everything that we have, and the work will be done in accordance with the applicable standards. You will obviously be reviewing that as we move forward. Next slide. Again, here you can see, especially in the upper right, the truncated west wall. It's about half of what would have been there at some point, and the east wall is also truncated. We're going to put those walls back and make a shape that looks like a diner. Next slide. This is the existing site plan, and you can see the historic resource outlined in yellow there. It's not very big, actually all that other construction is the new construction around the diner from when it was moved to Cameron. And I think, next one. So this is where we were last time. You can see the diner has been moved about 45 feet down the street toward the corner. It has a more prominent location than it does now, which is a slightly mid-block location. Again, it's outlined in yellow there. There's a dotted line showing the extent of the non-contributing fabric that we're going to demolish. And the the relationship, the orientation of the diner to Cameron Street is remaining the same, which we've talked about before. And the next one. I think there have been some really significant improvements made between last time and this time. I think we found the right place for the diner. It's actually been pulled a little bit closer to Cameron Street, to what seems to be sort of the sweet spot to deal with the very complicated grades we have going on, and allowing it to read more freely. The door to the diner is still able to open out on our property, which is important, but that location, along with lowering the sill of the front door of the diner, which we talked about the first time we came to you, allows us to enter the diner at grade with no stairs, no ramps, no railings, no nothing, and we think this is a big improvement. The other thing that we've done is pulled the wall, the glass wall behind the diner back 5 or 6 feet. I'm not sure which it is, but anyway, a significant number of feet, which allows the diner to more fully read in the round, as we'll put all the corners back and the back elevation back, and it makes it more prominent. We have to link it to the new building in order for the diner to be able to function in the future, but I think this is the right place for it to be on the site. We hope you'll agree. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Daniel Seidman from Monster Hair Sign.
7 minutes.
Sorry.
We can be quick. Yeah, and what I would do is just focus on.
Okay, can you go back to the previous slide? Thank you. Daniel Seidman, project architect with Bonster Hair Sign Architects. So I'm going to focus on mostly the differences from the previous submission to keep it quick. So by pushing the glass wall in 6 feet from where we had it last time, we were able to rotate the residential lobby entrance to the side of the bay. So it doesn't compete with the diner on that elevation. And it also allows us to have a larger plaza next to the diner at grade with the diner entrance, and to have a green buffer between the lobby entrance and the diner to kind of separate those uses. Next slide. Oh, previous slide for 1 second. And the dashed line you see there is the line of the second floor above. And as you can see, it doesn't overlap the historic portion of the diner. It overlaps the rebuilt portion, the back corner. Next slide. This is our elevation from our previous HPC submission. Next slide. This is our revised elevation with a couple more verticals and the change in massing behind. Next slide. So this is our progression as we were studying the diner. And so the last one is our current submission, and the one before that is the previous submission. So as we progressed, the diner became more free from the building base, and we broke down the facade behind vertically, or horizontally, so it doesn't read as tall vertically. And next slide. So this is the proposed connector between the diner and the building behind, and as Dan said, it's going to be an all glass, and the roof of it is going to be beneath the existing diner roof and the rebuilt back roof of the diner. And it's going to have a thin roof and fully glazed, so it'll fade into the background and let the diner stand more free. Next slide. So here's our previous render of the elevation with our two-tiered sloped facade behind with a solid panel and screen above. Next slide. This is our current render of the elevation from Cameron Street. And so the differences from the previous submission are, one, The brick base continues over the slope facade to break the facade down vertically and relate this corner to the rest of the podium. And verticals from the frames on that brick piece continue down through the sloped glazing to create more of a rhythm on that facade. We removed the mesh screens from the sloped facade. And the openings in the slope facade are more square, which contrast with the ribbon windows of the diner, but with the modulation of the vertical bands, creates groups of 3 openings which have a horizontal orientation, which still relate back to the diner. And we changed the color of the solid panels to a contrasting color to the diner. So the diner stands out more. Next slide. So there's the view from Ramsey, and you can see the diner is separated from the building behind as far as possible. The connector piece is all glazed, kind of fades into the background, and the diner color definitely contrasts with the building behind. Next slide. And this is the view of the whole building from the corner of Cameron and Ramsey. You can see that the diner stands on its own in its own open space. And the building, as it goes down Cameron Street, turns away and allows an opening for the diner to be on that corner. I'll turn it back over to Stacy.
Thank you. We appreciate your time and recommendations.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Doman.
This is Commissioner Dolman. Obviously, the diner is pretty small. So where does everybody sit? Or how are you going to make this profitable? How are you going to get, if people sit outside, I see you got some outdoor space set up. Will there be seating inside also?
Yeah, and actually, if you view the lighter purple in the plan on the right, the diner is a portion of a larger space. So we anticipate a food and beverage operator would occupy both the existing streetcar as well as the portion of the new construction behind it, along with that patio seating that you referenced, Commissioner.
Okay. So somewhere also there's a kitchen and all the other things that go along with running a restaurant. It's buried in the
The
building.
schmutz, as we call it, yeah. One of the things we talked about in our earlier meetings with you folks was the relationship of the car to the new building, such that HVAC and exhausting could come back into the new construction and go somewhere that it wasn't, visible as you were viewing the streetcar.
And is it going to be like, this doesn't really relate, but will it be like a diner with little round seats on it and a counter? Is that what you envision?
I can't comment. We're working with a few folks that would operate at the interior of that space, and I'm sure when
Okay.
we come back in with future plans, we'll be able to discuss that better.
Okay.
Commissioner Pelletier.
Thanks, yeah, this looks a lot better. My question is, how are you going to, or have you even thought about how you're going to differentiate between the historic diner material and the new completing the square diner material? Is there going to be some kind of delineation? So there'll be a clear old and new as far as being able to tell what's original and what's not.
We actually haven't gotten that far.
That's what I thought, but
and we need to think about that along with all the other things. And,
Okay.
It's something we will certainly.
But it's something you're
yes,
mulling over,
it's-
okay.
It's on the list.
Okay, thanks.
If there are no more questions, Ms. Ballo, do we need to have, we need to have one more speaker, correct?
Yes, we have one public speaker.
Okay, so.
We'll have 5 minutes.
Okay, so if you don't have to stay there, you can retreat. We have one more speaker, and then we'll give our opinions, okay? Ms. Chalfie, if you'd like to come forward. And turn on a mic and identify yourself and your relationship to this application.
Sure.
Good evening, Chair Burnett and members of the Historic Preservation Commission. I'm Debbie Chalfie, and I'm the Preservation Chair for the Art Deco Society of Washington. We appreciate the opportunity to share our views on the Tasty Diner project. As you know, the Art Deco Society is a nonprofit membership organization covering the Washington, D.C. area. A key part of our mission is to celebrate and preserve the architecture of the Art Deco period and adjacent modern movements of the 20th century. We've weighed in on the Tasty Diner project earlier with you and with the Planning Board. Throughout the consideration of the applicant's redevelopment proposal, there's been a consistent concern voiced by the HPC, the Silver Spring Design Advisory Panel, and by ADSW, which is that the new construction, and in particular the parking garage, looms over and overwhelms the small diner building. The applicant has now made several changes to its original plan to respond to this concern. Previously, it situated the diner car further away from the new building and angled it parallel to and flush with Cameron to be more of an independent presence. And ADSW has supported those changes, but we urged that more was needed. The applicant has now made additional changes in order to respond to that consensus concern about the overhanging garage diminishing the diner. First and foremost, the applicants now propose to move or pull back the glass lobby wall of the base about 5 feet from its previous location, deepening the recess underneath the overhanging garage. At street level, this change will have the effect of making the diner look farther away from the new building. It will also create a plaza on the northeast side of the northeast side for outdoor seating and greatly open up the view of the diner, noticeably enhancing its independent profile from that direction. The proposed change in the location of the residential entrance to the high-rise to be perpendicular to Cameron and separated from the newly opened plaza space should reinforce this more open view of the diner. The Art Deco Society agrees with these changes and believe they constitute genuine improvements. The applicant has also proposed a darker colored palette for the materials on the parking garage. Without taking a position on the best palette for this building, we would agree that the darker color provides more of a contrast with the color of the diner and therefore helps the diner stand out from the new construction, which is a plus. However, it's unclear to us what, if anything, is being proposed for the color of the glass or whatever is behind the diner. I don't know if it's glass or brick or what, but is that being made darker as well? We just weren't sure, but the base directly behind the diner, we would appreciate some clarification as to what's being proposed there. The applicant's proposals already made great strides in preserving the diner itself, giving it an independent profile from both the front and both sides. We thank the applicant for being responsive to those concerns about the diner being overshadowed, and we applaud all of these improvements. All of them will help restore and contribute to the integrity of the whole. Nevertheless, the fact that the diner is still being, we think the diner is still being cramped and overshadowed on top. The applicant asserts that the new construction no longer cantilevers over the historic resource because it goes right up to the edge of the legal boundary on that side. This may be technically correct, but in reality, it still does overhang that back corner, and we think it still appears to loom over the diner. The overhang still detracts from the totality of the diner's preservation, and we think it still impairs what people will perceive when they view the diner from street level. It would be helpful to hear more about why the angling of the garage, having to have it jut out over the diner, is necessary, what function that serves, when it causes the new building to loom over the diner more than it needs to. One other point, which I omitted from our written testimony, but given you're talking about logistics and moving the diner and all of that, we would very much like to see the Tasty Diner signage preserved, not to use on the diner car, but preserved either as decoration in the new construction, or perhaps given away to a historic preservation group. But we think it would be very nice to preserve that Tasty Diner signage somehow when, the property is demolished and the diner is moved. We urge the HPC to instruct the applicant to explore whether there are any further changes to the garage that they could make to prevent the actual overhang of the diner and the looming appearance. We thank you for your consideration of our views.
Are there any questions for Ms. Chalfie? If not, then I think if that's all the speakers, then we can move into our comments. Would anybody like to? What? Yes, I guess we can. Yeah. If the architect group would please come back up. You've heard Ms. Chalfie's comments, Ms. Chalfie represents the Art Deco Society of Washington, which is one of its functions is as a historic preservation group interested in the preservation of local buildings. We would like to hear your response to her comments regarding the overhang and looming of the building overhead, and if there's anything more that is feasible. Thank you.
I'm going to let the architects answer that because I think it's a sort of technical question.
Okay, so in this iteration, we have reduced the overhang from our previous submission. And at this corner of the building, the angle is to highlight this special corner where the diner is situated. And we think angling out really points down to the diner and doesn't overhang it so much. It's really to highlight how special this corner is.
That's a fair response. All right, we are going to move into our.
Wait, one more.
Oh, one more.
Could you answer the question of the atrium wall, that glass, does that come all the way down to grade, or is there
Yes, so the glass behind the diner, it'll be clear glass for the full atrium up to the bottom of the garage, which will be like clear glass into the tenant space behind the diner, and then the glass on the other side of the tenant space will be clear glass into the lobby space, which will be 25 feet of lobby.
Thank you for that. So the garage above overhang is purely an architectural expression, or is there an element of function behind the sloping? Are you getting more parking spaces? Is there any function? Is there any reason why it can't go straight up?
There is a functional requirement. On the lower tier, there's compact parking spaces, and as you go up, we're allowed to get into real size parking spaces. So it adds more normal size parking spaces.
Thank you.
And we will be back, of course, with all of our materials that you get to look at, and all that will be clarified.
Okay. All right, so for this evening, we are requested to provide feedback on the appropriateness of the revised diner placement, the proposed revisions to the pedestal adjacent to the diner building, any considerations regarding the site work, and we are not going to discuss demolition or the protection of the diner or materials at this point. Okay, so we're only talking about the position of the diner, the position of the lobby glass, and the parking structure overhead, and the change in the appearance. So would anybody like to start with some comments or opinions on this? Keep it brief, please. Commissioner Haynes.
Thank you. I appreciate the revisions that you've made. I think pulling back the atrium wall is a good move to alleviate and allow the diner to be in the round. I think it gives it the elbow room that the diner needed. I myself am not as concerned with the sloping garages above. I think the contrasting color helps to punctuate the diner and contrast. I like the terrace that you've created and the landscaping elements that separate the diner from the apartment entrance, I think is working quite well. I personally like the revised elevations, at least as rendered here, the color scheme, the expression, I think is working. Your explanation of the horizontal banding of the parking garage, I think, is a consistent element of the horizontality of the diner, and so there is that kind of common element between a very small building and a very large building. So I favorably support the direction that this is going in.
Any other, Commissioner Pelletier?
Yeah, I concur with Commissioner Haynes. I like the sloping corner, and I think the idea that it is sort of creating the focal point of the diner, I think is successful based on these elevations. And I also like the breaking down of the scale of the openings in the garage to be more of the scale of the diner. I think that was part of the looming problem last time, was that everything was just bigger. And I think you've done a successful job of kind of breaking it down so that it relates better with the diner scale. So I think you're on the right track. I like the plaza. I like the sorry, I keep hitting this thing. I like the very clean background of the glass. I don't know what's going in there, but just that it's very quiet backdrop to the diner. So I think they're great improvements from last time.
Commissioner Doman?
This is Commissioner Doman. I think you did a great job, and I support all of your recommendations. I think the location of the diner is appropriate, and I think, as far as I'm concerned, it's good to go. Thank you.
Commissioner Galway?
This is Commissioner Galway. I agree with all the other commissioners. I do have a practical concern, and that is potential damage to the roof from snow or ice that might be attached and then freezes and thaws and falls. So I think you really need to look at that, because we don't want this beautiful gem destroyed because of weather conditions. Thanks.
And I'll close up with saying that I concur with the other commissioners. Much improved. I think it's the bottom third of your building is much improved with, it has a very mid-century vibe going, and one that's well done, at least in rendering. I hope it looks as good in person. I have been up to New York City several times this past year, and I must say that when you are on a street with a very tall building on top of you, all around you, you're only really seeing the first couple of floors. You can't get back. And I think what's coming to Silver Spring will be, that diner is going to be a highlight simply because it is human scale in a very large or very tall, urban environment. And I appreciate the changes you've made, particularly to the parking structure. I concur with Commissioner Pelletier. I think it really highlights the diner in that regard. So I think you've heard that we're all in support of this presentation of the diner, or of the building and the way it's working with the diner.
When you're all done, I'd like to add one comment.
And I believe, Ms. Ballo, that there was a request that we actually write a letter in support.
Yes, that is correct, a letter to the planning board.
Can we just say that, vote that, yes, we agree to provide a letter, and you will be drafted for us, and we will,
Yes, staff will draft it and then send it, send it to you, Madam Vice Chair, to review and finalize it, and then we'll send it on with your signature.
okay. All right, so you've heard that we're in support, so that's fine. You're good for that. I'm going to ask that the commission, we're going to direct the staff to write a letter in support of this project at this stage so that it can be sent on to the planning board. And I would just like everyone to say aye if you agree, or nay if you don't agree, just for the record.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays or abstentions? No, then we will provide the letter. The staff will provide the letter, and it will, the chair or myself will review and approve the letter before it goes out. And with that, what? Oh, yes, Commissioner Doman, you have one more comment. Oh, yes, I forgot about that. Yes, Commissioner Doman has something to present to you.
Now, I don't know if you're familiar with the local artist, Joseph Craig English. He does some outstanding artwork. His art has been shown in different galleries around here. This is a digitally colorful rendition of the Tasty Diner. So this is a picture that I'll give to you. But there are, if and whenever you get around to decorating the inside of the Tasty Diner, I think this is a very appropriate one to have as soon as you walk in the door. But there is many pictures of like Ben's Chili Bowl and other restaurants in the area that he has done colorful artwork on it. And my printer doesn't do justice to it. I mean, these colors are vibrant, brilliant colors, and they're beautiful, and they'll look really good in your diner.
I'll invite you to our office. We have the original hanging in
Do
our
you really?
office that Gene gave us.
Okay, so, all right, you've got the original, and there are other ones you should probably know if you've seen his artwork, yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Commissioner
very good.
Doman. And you will be back to talk to us again about the demolition, the construction, and the protection of the diner. We look forward to that. That'll be a very interesting conversation.
We will be back for all those things.
Okay. All right, moving on, we're to the, you're dismissed. Thank you. Moving on to the last preliminary tonight, 3G 3934 Baltimore Street, Kensington. If you'd please, is there staff report first?
Yes, there is. This is Laura with the staff. This is a preliminary consultation for construction of an addition and hardscape alterations to 3934 Baltimore Street in Kensington. Property is listed as a primary resource in the Kensington Historic District and is subject to review under the Vision of Kensington, Chapter 24A, and the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation. The property features a circa 1900 main block with a rear addition approved by the HPC in 1991. At that time, a second-story addition was added on top of an existing one-story addition, and other modifications were made to the earlier addition. There's also a freestanding garage at the rear of the property. So a few photos. The front and north elevation facing Baltimore Street. The front and east side elevation looking towards the rear of the east elevation. East side of the existing rear addition. The rear south addition, coming around the side to the west side, or rear to the west side. The west side elevation of the historic main block on the left and connection to the main block and rear addition on the right. Oops. So as mentioned, the applicants proposed to demolish portions of the rear wall of the historic main block, construct a one-story rear addition projecting into the left, which is the east side yard, extending the plane of the main block on the west elevation into a new addition and altering the fenestration to install a new rear patio with wood-burning fireplace and outdoor kitchen to remove 5 trees at the rear and side of the property. So kind of touching on each elevation on the east facing the driveway, the addition would extend beyond the plane of the existing sidewall approximately 9.5 feet plus a 4-foot stoop. On the west side, the proposed addition would remove the return of the historic rear wall, infilling the 1.5-foot recess below the second-story addition and extending the plane of the historic main block wall to the rear. Staff does not object to the extension of the existing addition to the rear, but does find that the modifications proposed to the west side elevation of the historic building are not compatible with the resource and recommends that the original first floor window be retained. You see they're altered here. Staff finds that this proposal removes an original feature and alters spatial relationships that characterize the property out of keeping with the standards. And comments provided by the Kensington LAP also object to the window removal and extension of the wall plane of the main block into the new addition. At the rear, so here we have images of the rear before in 1991 with the existing, at that time, one-story rear addition, then the proposed addition at that time, which is the current rear elevation, and the new proposal. So the applicants would propose to remove the non-historic chimney of the 1991 addition and extend the first floor out from the existing second floor wall plane. A new stone chimney would rise from the rear of the new addition with covered stoops. Staff supports the rear changes, finding they'll be minimally visible from the public right-of-way and do not destroy or obscure any historic materials and are compatible with the historic building. Comments provided by one member of the Kensington LAP do object to the inclusion of 2 wood-burning fireplaces on the property. Beyond the rear of the proposed addition, the applicants propose to install a new flagstone patio with freestanding stone fireplace and outdoor kitchen area. The application doesn't provide very much detail on these alterations, but staff finds, conceptually supports the work and finds that it will be located at the rear of the property and will be minimally visible from the public right-of-way and not obscure or remove any historic materials that characterize the property. The applicant also proposes to remove 5 trees of varying diameters, 3, 4, 10, 24, and 28 inches at the side and rear. The application doesn't specify the species of the trees nor provide an arborist evaluation. The application narrative explains the existing large trees overhang the existing second floor and require biannual maintenance and are causing foundation issues for the existing patio and stoop on the east side of the house. The other smaller trees proposed for removal are within or adjacent to the proposed project footprint. Staff notes that mature trees are a character-defining feature of the Kensington Historic District and does encourage their retention to the greatest extent possible. So staff notes that the majority of changes are at the rear and will be made to a non-historic addition, but that there are also modifications to the original building, including removal of the rear wall and alterations to the side window. Staff conceptually supports a rear addition, but not modifications to that side window. For the hardscape alterations, additional information is needed, but staff finds the work is minimally visible and appears to be of compatible materials. We do suggest some additional materials be included in the HOP submission, including the cladding of the window and roof materials, specifications and examples, hardscape materials, specifications and elevation drawings, tree evaluation, and one thing that was noted in the LAP report was that the site plan does not show, or in existing conditions, floor plans don't show the existing bulkhead and basement stairs, so staff suggests that those be included in the final drawings as well. So staff seeks feedback on the appropriateness of the project, including the addition, alterations to the west side wall of the main block, hardscape alterations, and tree removal, and welcomes any additional feedback and comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Galway?
The bedroom, the mudroom bump out, is that occurring attaching to the existing, or is that, or the original home, or is that, would that attach to the location where the addition was added?
It appears and it goes right up to the corner of the original house. So
Okay,
you can see,
So the existing dining room there would be
right,
the
that
back of the
wall would
original home?
extend.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And that stair goes into the basement from the bedroom?
That's my understanding, yes.
Any other questions for staff? If not, the applicant can come forward and turn on the mics, identify yourselves and your relationship to the project, and then you'll have, how many minutes? 7 minutes to make a presentation or answer our questions.
We'll make it quicker.
Thank you. We appreciate that very much.
My name's Chris Lapp. I'm the architect. Well,
I'm Maureen Shaheen, I'm the owner.
just to clarify a few things, we're proposing 5 trees. 2 of them are caliber trees that we need to hop for. The other 3, 4, and I think we said 10. It was really, it's really 6 inches, about 4 feet up. Okay, so, you know, it's iffy, but it's leaning. So I think you will see that really it's only 2 trees that we're really asking for a hop for to remove. The other thing I'm glad you stated about the stairway, there's a Bilko door now, and we're proposing that's where those stairs off the mudroom and the outside to get to the basement are going. That's why we chose to put the mudroom on that side. Also for ease of getting off of the driveway right into the mudroom as well. And it can't go on the other side because we're too close to the property line. So it will be over the building restriction line. Say anything?
I mean, those 2 of those trees are fir trees that we are going to move to another part of the property. And then just the other thing I'll say is that we'd really like to plant more trees to replace the ones that would be taken down. We're not interested in, you know, in clear cutting the property by any stretch of the imagination. There are a lot of mature trees on the property. And the 2 in question are currently kind of compromising the current structures. They hang over the roof, and the roots are coming into the foundation.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Doman.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Doman. The figure that's in front of us right now on the screen, when you come in from the front porch, there's a large room there. And you're showing like walls going through there. What are those?
No, that might just be.
They're not solid,
No, they're beams.
They're beams in
They're
the ceiling.
beams.
They're,
Seeing the ceiling.
It's just a reflected beam.
oh, it's a reflected beam on the ceiling. Okay. All
No,
right.
you walk in the front door and walk right into the fireplace.
All right. So what I'm seeing is not really there, it's on the ceiling. I understand, okay. One of the concerns from staff was the removal of the window on the west elevation. And I understand that there's a sink there now, and you're putting 3 windows in. But you have altered the west elevation of the existing house considerably. Have you thought of any other workaround that you could save that window? There's, you know, it was symmetrical, the 2 upper windows and 2 lower windows. I'm looking at figure 14 right now, which shows that, yeah, it's up now.
Yeah,
I mean, you're making a big change in
It
that.
doesn't really work into the kitchen plan, but we might be able to work around it, yeah.
I mean, we've had this come up before where because of the orientation of the kitchen and the sinks and everything, you want a window above the sink, and I understand that, but we have kind of shied away and have not really approved major changes to existing windows on a historic elevation, you know, so I see what you're doing, but I really couldn't approve as is. Yeah, question.
Um, Are there any other questions for the applicants? I guess I've got one. So the mudroom is an addition. It's sticking out beyond the plane of the original house. And it's tying in at the corner of the original house, which is not ideal.
You know, you could say that, but the addition, the second floor addition is like 1 inch inside the plane of the original house. 1 inch.
Yeah.
So I just put it that looks like a mistake more so than carrying the plane of the house straight through.
I see your point, and, 1991 was not a good year for architecture, obviously from the back of that house. I'm not, was Kensington a historic district even in yeah, it was, okay. Well, the HPCs back then was different than it is now. But that's a question. There's concern about your the interior wood fireplace, but then also the exterior wood fireplace, and the LAP just expressed some concerns about that as a,
I don't know why, though.
okay.
I'm sorry, who expressed concerns?
It was in the letter of the LAP, so it was a comment about, I don't know, I mean, local advisory panel?
Oh,
Yeah,
oh.
yeah. Well, that was a comment, so, I'm sorry, it's been a long night.
Yeah, they didn't elaborate on why that would be a concern?
They kind of mentioned like burning wood versus a gas fireplace, but that argument's kind of weird right now. But just the concern of,
Yeah, that argument in another 2 years when they take gas completely out of Montgomery County, then,
and
not outlaw wood burning fireplaces. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
an exterior fireplace is not used every day.
Yeah.
Sort of thing, so it's not a wood burning stove. Well, that was my question, and I need to stop now, I'm babbling. Any other questions? If not, and any questions for staff, then we can move on to our comments. Okay, so we're moving on to our comments. Would someone else please like to start? Commissioner Pelletier.
I think your addition is an improvement, certainly to the back of the house. But I do concur with staff that I can't approve changing that window. I think, because the house it's obviously part of the historic house, it's part of the historic facade of the house. But the rest of it, I need to go back to can you go back to the plan for a second? I think the rest of it looks very appropriate to the house. Like it's a little on the big side, but I don't know, it doesn't bother me. It would be nice to get some more information about the back area. I don't understand the comment about the 2 wood-burning fireplaces. I love wood-burning fireplaces. So in general, I think it's quite approvable, but I agree with that window. If you just could work around the window opening that you have, I think the rest of it is fine. Thank you.
Any other comments? Commissioner Galway.
I think in general, I'm okay with it. I would like to see you be able to differentiate the original home from the addition, either with some sort of a small setback or any on the corner is it the west side?
On the right
Well,
side.
on both
Right
sides,
rear.
actually. Even though you're bumping out, I'm troubled a little bit by trying to, what you don't want to do is try to pretend that was an original addition to the back of the house. And so as you turn that corner in that inside corner, how do you come up with a detail that says the old is in front and this is a new addition? So I think if you could look at that and try to figure out if there's a way to really make sure that it's clear. Because I think, will you not see this from the street? I don't have the advantage of the grade, but you'll see that bump out, especially, and is that one of the trees that's being removed? That's
Yeah,
right.
but-
So you'll see that bump out.
But we do have those, I think they're arborvitae or
The fir trees?
Are
The
they
ones in the
fir?
Yeah, that we were gonna
Okay.
just pull.
they're gonna move the fir trees over for a little bit more privacy. So that will help block some of it.
But excuse me if I may, but we really have to look at this as if there was no
That's fine,
plantings.
that's fine, I get that. My question to you, though, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
Is that we have an area that's indented on the first floor, an area that's flush on the second floor, in that corner. And then you want me to try and differentiate with a third offset there?
So
I think personally, I think running it flush is a much cleaner look.
I see it, you could, if that was a sunroom back there, you would have that condition where it might be flush up top and you'd have a setback. I'm not going to argue about that. I think you're right. This is a little awkward.
I agree with you on the right side, on the right rear, I can do it over there, but over here, it's a little bit trickier.
Yeah, I think maybe studying the materials and somehow creating, what you don't want to convey is that's the part of the original home. And so, that's what you have to try to, that's what we're looking for, is to say, this is the old and this is part of the new, and it can be complementary. It can certainly look like it belongs together, but it doesn't want to look like it's part of the original construction. So I would
Okay.
challenge you on that a little bit.
Here's another challenge that maybe while you all are giving me comments. The house is covered in aluminum siding. Whole house. So where do I go from there? See, I should have been the first one up tonight, so you all had
Yeah.
time.
Commissioner Pelletier? Yeah, we're in questions still.
I know, I guess, I don't know if we're in questions or if we're in comments at this point. You're saving the second floor of the addition?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's-
so you're.
That's not being touched.
Oh, okay, so
Wasn't clear, yeah. to
that
me.
wasn't clear. It probably is clear in here, but I missed that. So, so you're filling out the
first floor.
the first floor with the footprint of the second floor and then
Correct.
going further out the back. Gotcha. Okay. Well, I think it's an improvement. I think that thing from the 90s is really weird. So.
Agreed.
But I think, what's the material going to be on the base of are you recladding this second floor? Are you leaving the aluminum? Is it aluminum siding?
It's aluminum siding. We were going to just do what we, just clad what we touch, the new.
With
the new
what?
part.
With what?
I'm asking you.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking it's going to have to be a cement siding.
And so you're leaving the aluminum up above on the addition,
Well, the aluminum is covering the whole house.
Yeah.
including the addition in the back.
The historical part.
Okay.
and- Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so I think we'll get what Commissioner Galway is asking for if you use a different material for the first floor. And you're talking about using hardy plank or something for the first floor.
I could do that. Would you do it in a different exposure or keep it the same exposure?
I think if it
Would you
was
be all
me, I would do it in something different, just to differentiate from the aluminum siding. And I think you could, and that would give us our differentiation from the existing versus the new. Sorry, I was not quite understanding what you were doing with the existing, but now I see your dilemma. But I think using a different exposure on the siding, it could be kind of nice for the first floor part of it. So I'm less concerned about the setback than I was before. So anyway, thank you.
I'll go next. Again, I agree with everybody. Getting rid of the 90s thing in the back is a plus, bad era, and you certainly don't want to keep it around long enough for it to become historic. I have two issues. One, the mudroom is, from the exterior, very chunky and blocky, and it feels like it needs more glazing, even if they're high windows that run across. It just, from the outside, it's just a box, and it's not doing anything to help the house or to stand on its own or to be cute, I'm sorry, that's an inappropriate phrase, to add character in its own little way. So it's already projecting out from the plane of the house, which frankly isn't appropriate. But like you said, it's the entrance to the basement. And I just think you need to really look at what you can do to make that look less like a rather a carbuncle on this very lovely house. And then my other issue is, we see this a lot in Chevy Chase, where you get a big house and they add a huge, huge great room on it. And your great room is really quite large if the furniture is to scale. And I think it needs to pull back by several feet, at least, because you've got, I don't even know what the measurement is, but there's an awful lot of space from the wall where the little bathroom is to the back of the sofa, and then equally a tremendous amount of space from
21 by 24.
21 by 24 for one room. That's a huge room. That's an echoing big room. Be great when you have a massive amount of people in once or twice a year for a party, but the rest of the time, it's an echoing big room. So I think that the house would benefit from that pulling in by 5 feet, 4 to 5 feet. That's not a lot, but I'm just saying this is my opinion. I just think it's too big. And I think it would be better to pull it back as far as a mass goes. I do get that it's a one-story structure, and that's a benefit, but still, you're adding mass to a house for empty space, or for more space than for a very big room. I don't have a problem with the outside, and I think you do need to provide an arborist report. And also, if you're taking down some trees and intend to replant them, then include that in, some plan. So those are my comments, and I agree with the window, that the historic window needs to stay. So, all right, and Mr. Haynes?
I have no comments to add. I kind of agree with what's been said. Thank you.
All right, I think that's it. You've heard our comments, and the staff, you can work with the staff to make sense out of them. And I do apologize that you were the last and it is so late tonight. It's just, we don't often have we never have this many preliminaries in one night. So normally we would have all been out of here a long time ago. But thank you.
Thank you all.
And it is you do have a beautiful house.
Thank you.
Are you all really going to discuss solar panels now?
We have to talk about that here. Yes.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Do we need to talk about solar? Good. And can we skip the meeting minutes?
All I need is direction to defer these to the next available agenda, and I'll do that.
Yes, please. The commission would appreciate it if the staff would defer the discussion on solar shingle roofs and tax credits and the meeting minutes until the next meeting. And then that just leaves commission items and staff items, if there are any.
There are no staff items.
Then this meeting is closed.